going to have a lot to unleash on us.
I mean, if people could see what it's been like behind the scenes with G this week, it kind of just feels like he's been loading up for Friday
Well, he was in here like every break yesterday.
with something on his mind.
Yeah.
Every day.
So be prepared.
I think this Friday with G is going to be I think it's going to be something, but that's my prediction.
It'll be fun. And then, of course, we have a little for you in review. We're going to go over. We had some amazing guests this week. We're going to take a look back at some of our favorite clips and get into discussions from those at 9 o'clock. We'll take your calls at 9:30, as we do every Friday. In the meantime, we're setting up for a big weekend of playoff football, and the Seahawks aren't playing, which is a good thing. So we'll get into some of those matchups in Need to Know. There was also a pretty good college football game last night, the Fiesta Bowl. The fourth quarter was insane. So we'll get into that a little bit later as well. But I kind of wanted to start off here, Lyle, with something that Brock and Salk got into yesterday. They gave their answers, and we heard a little bit from Daniel Jeremiah. But you and I didn't get the chance to give our answers. Why are the Seahawks where they are? Why do they have the top seed in the NFC right now? I'll start. I think that the Seahawks have the number one seed because they were playing their best football at the end of the season, and that's what contenders do. To start the season, I wasn't exactly sure how it would go. I was definitely not someone who was down on them and thought they were only going to have like 7 wins. But I thought there might be a few more growing pains with all the changes that they had. And honestly, the defense has been pretty impressive from the start. The offense went through a little bit of a lull there, but yeah, I mean, they finished the defense the last couple of weeks of the season looked stifling, relentless, disciplined. I can't imagine how daunting of a task it would be to prepare to face them right now. Trevor Sikkema, lead draft analyst from PFF, was on with Bump and Stacy yesterday, and he said it's hard to find anything that they don't do well.
You look at Seattle and you go, okay, where's the weakness? LB2? You know, like that's you would take that all day long if your second linebacker is your biggest weakness on the team. There's only so much you can do to even exploit that. And there's not a ton of other spots on this defense where you say to yourself, even as a really good offense, yeah, I'm comfortable attacking them here. You're basically putting some risk involved no matter what you're doing against this team. And that's why you get just such high PFF grades overall, great coverage grades from this team. And like you said, the number one scoring defense at the end of the regular season.
And like I said, the defense was good from the beginning of the season, but they did suffer some big injuries kind of early on. They had to substitute some people who filled in admirably, but I just think right now, especially with Nicky Manwari really like coming into his role, they're playing their best football, and they looked insanely good those last couple of games.
Especially when you look at 3 points against the Niners. And I know the Niners are banged up, but did anybody think that was going to be an outing where the Seahawks only let up 3 points?
They're banged up, but mostly on defense at this point. That offense had really been putting up some points on people.
Yeah, they had just a week prior. They absolutely went off against the Bears. I guess I was just thinking about how Ricky Pearsall and Trent Williams were out, but it's still like I'm nitpicking here. You had most of your offense out on the field, and they dominated them. They put them in an absolute box all game. Their one good drive ended with a pick. It's crazy.
Yeah, completely agree. I have no doubts about what this defense can do in the playoffs at this point. And then on the offensive side, they started off pretty strong, but they hit some roadblocks with the slow starts, the run game being inconsistent, Darnold's turnovers. I won't say that they've completely overcome all of those things, but the fact that they seem to have figured out the run game makes them a much more complete playoff-ready team that can hopefully keep Darnold out of the situations where that's all we hear about. As long as Darnold doesn't turn the ball over, as long as Darnold, I think that what they showed the last month or so of the season should be able to put Darnold in situations where he doesn't feel like he has to make decisions that he probably shouldn't in order to make something happen. The wide receivers and tight ends have been so good at blocking, and the offensive line has been playing really good football. I think it's one of those situations where we critique them a ton when they're bad, but we probably haven't been giving the O-line enough credit for the turnaround that they've made this season. I saw Pat McAfee's show yesterday was giving out what they call the Trinchy Awards, and the Seahawks O-line came in at number 4 They said they have the 5th fewest sacks in the NFL. So I looked it up. They've only given up 27 sacks this year. Do you know how many they gave up last year?
Do you double it? Is it 54 sacks?
It was. Did you already know that?
No, I just guessed.
Nice work, Lyle. Yeah, I mean, that is staggering. And the fact that they were able to do it towards the end of the season there without their left tackle, yet another player that, like, it's crazy to see the way they've just been able to plug in guys and keep right on rolling. I think that the reason that they are where they are is because they got better as the season went along. And you know, that took a lot from everyone, a lot from Kubiak sticking with the plan when things weren't going as they should. A lot from Macdonald. I think his defense has only grown and gotten more confusing for people every week. And a lot from all of these players who've overcome injuries and adversity. And I'm just very impressed with what they've been able to accomplish.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it, which honestly, that kind of goes into my reasoning for why I think the Seahawks are where they are. Part of it's because there's no one dominant team in the NFC, and that's helped a lot. Seahawks are the 1 seed for a reason. They won 14 games. Not to say they haven't been really, really good, but there isn't that one team that you look at as overwhelming Super Bowl favorites. So that's helped. And in a year where there was not one juggernaut team, they took advantage and they get the first round bye and the number 1 seed, and the whole NFC playoffs are going to go through Seattle. But even more so than that, I know we've talked about this a ton, but like the culture that Macdonald set, I think, is a big reason for why they're here as the number 1 seed. I mean, this is so clearly his team, his vision, everything now, compared to year one, where a lot of coaches in year one obviously have to go through some adjustment period, and you take over a team that wasn't originally yours. The guys on this roster are very clearly his guys. It's his team. They bought into his culture. And again, I don't think they're here right now with Geno and DK. I don't think we're talking about the Seahawks as the number 1 seed if those two guys were still in the building. Two guys who we talked about who were, DK, good player. Geno had good seasons here, but a lot of times things were about them, where this team doesn't have any ego. Even somebody like JSN, who could easily have his own ego when you're leading the league in receiving yards and had a chance at one point to break Megatron's record, there's no ego. It's just all about the goal ahead, which is winning it all. And I don't think without all of that culture set, which is a huge credit to Macdonald and something he's clearly put a lot of time into, I don't think they're here if they just run it back with last year's team and run it back with Geno and DK. I think having Sam Darnold in the building for all the questions that people talk about under center and between the lines during the games that he may or may not have, that having him there just in terms of presence and having him there in terms of buy-in from the rest of his teammates, it's a big deal.
I think that's a great point, Lyle. We've heard it time and time again from the players and the people within the building, right? That this is something special. This is a bond, a team chemistry, the love they have for each other. And we hear it from guys who've been on other teams and have been in the league for a while, that they've created something that is out of the norm. And I think that Mike Macdonald went about that in a very conscious way. It wasn't an accident. He put work into this. I think it sounds like we're probably going to talk to Stephen Hauschka next week. And we learned in the offseason that Mike Macdonald brought Hauschka and someone else in to kind of do consulting for him and watch some of the meetings that he's running and give him advice. And I just think things like that are so important. He's someone who is constantly willing to, I think, evolve and to self-reflect. And he expects that of his players too. And I think that's a great point that you make of how that has impacted where the team is this year.
Just seems like universal buy-in from everybody. And you hear guys talk about it. Anyone from Leonard Williams to Ty Okada, who was on the station yesterday, like just up and down through the roster. It seems like total buy-in, which I don't think was the case with last year's team. Now this is it's fully his team.
You're right. And it's a true team where I don't think anyone feels they're more important than anyone else. And it feels like everyone has a role. All right. I love it. I can't wait till next week when we actually get to watch them play. But it will be nice to sit back and relax and watch what's going on this weekend. So we'll take you through those matchups. We also have some more DeMond Williams news. It's the cycle is still going, Lyle. So we'll get to that coming up next. You're listening to the Brock and Salk Show on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
The one and only Mark Schlereth with Wyman and Bob.
Could have been a bigger butt whipping, but the score didn't really tell you how one-sided it was.
With a depleted defense, you should be able to put up more points, but the two teams know each other exceptionally well. Robert Saleh is a damn good coordinator. I guess I just looked at how dominant overall the performance was, and hey man, it's hard to win in the National Football League.
Get every can't-miss conversation on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
For those diagnosed with anxiety, depression, or PTSD, Northwest Ketamine Clinics wants you to know hope exists. A recent patient, Evan, details his experience.
Every day was a struggle. I was constantly throughout my life researching what are new ways, are there any breakthroughs for depression, anxiety, these things. And at some point I started to read a few things about ketamine. I probably read every single thing on the website multiple times.
Northwest Ketamine Clinics defines success as a reduction in symptoms by 50% or more. Over a 3-week period, 86% of their patients are successful.
When I arrived at the clinic, it was just a beautiful, peaceful, quiet place. As I saw that healing and growth could take place, and as I put the energy into it, I just saw so many things change in my life.
Welcome to the Pacific Northwest's most experienced ketamine center. Book a free phone or video consult at nwketamineclinics.com. Healing starts here.
Want to make 2026 your year of adventure? Book that trip and learn a new language with Babbel. Go ahead, make a resolution you can stick to. Now is the time. Babbel's New Year sale is here. Unlock all of the languages on Babbel with the lifetime subscription for 65% off. Just go to Babbel.com and start today. Babbel teaches you relevant words and phrases, so you can start speaking with confidence in as little as 3 weeks. And because Babbel's bite-sized lessons fit easily into your daily routine and are easy to remember, you'll be talking like a local in time for takeoff. Dive into the world of language learning content with Babbel's videos, podcasts, and stories from around the world, full of culture bites and language learning tips. Turn your daydream into a destination this year with Babbel. But don't wait. This offer ends January 15th. Get Babbel's lifetime access for less at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Guys, low energy, low drive, or strength not what it used to be? For many men, it's low testosterone. At Revive Men's Health Washington, start with a free T-check exam and consultation to get real answers. And this month only, qualified patients may receive 25% off testosterone replacement therapy. Call 206-529-1111 or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Terms apply. Must medically qualify.
Progressive presents the Passionate Sports Fan Checklist. Signed jersey of your favorite bench warmer? Check. 14 bobbleheads that look nothing like the players they're emulating? Check. Twin TVs so you can watch the game on 2 different networks simultaneously? Check. Life-size wall sticker of your favorite player that routinely freaks you out at night? Check. A second life-size wall sticker so after the first one freaks you out, you see the second and you're like, oh right, the wall stickers. Check and mate. Bundle your renters and auto insurance with Progressive and save on protection for the things on your checklist. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers not available in all states or situations covered subject to policy terms.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so like everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are like so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football. It's a pepper thing.
The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports. Touchdown, Seahawks! Ken Walker III. Get everything Seahawks at seattlesports.com.
As a quarterback, you cannot run a winning play with a messy playbook. And most companies' data, well, it's a mess. AI is changing the game, but if your data is scattered, you're stuck on the sidelines. Brock Heward here, and this is where my friends at Marquee Data come in. They get your data in shape, clean, connected, ready to perform, so you can finally put AI to work for your business. Whether sales, finance, or operations, every smart move starts with the right data. So head to mydataqb.com to draw up your game-winning data play today. That's Marquee Data or mydataqb.com.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit muckleshootcasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot.
Do you get sinus infections, congestion, sinus pressure and pain, sinus headaches? You've gone to the doctor. You visit urgent care over and over again. And it's always the same thing, right? Oh, I know. Let's try antibiotics and some nasal sprays. But they just keep coming back. You may suffer with chronic sinus infections. The good news? Relief is possible. How? A minimally invasive procedure called the Sinusoft procedure, available only at the Modern Nose Clinic. Imagine a procedure so delicate there are no narcotics. Less cutting means less bleeding, so no packing, and no operating room. The Sinusoft procedure is designed for the clinic. If you suffer with chronic sinus infections, facial pain, pressure, and congestion, find out if the Sinusoft procedure, available only at the Modern Nose Clinic, is the solution for you. Call and set an appointment today. 206-388-2770. 206-388-2770. That's 206-388-2770.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
It is wild card weekend in the NFL, and Seahawks fans just get to watch stress-free and see who the divisional round opponent will be for Seattle next week. First up this weekend is Rams-Panthers at 1:10 tomorrow, then Bears-Packers at 5 p.m. Sunday, it is Bills-Jags at 10 a.m., 49ers-Eagles at 1:30, and Patriots-Chargers at 5. We also get a Monday game, and that will be between Houston and Pittsburgh at 5:15. For that first game, the Rams lost to the Panthers by 3 points when they played them on November 30th, allowing 164 rushing yards. Sean McVay was asked yesterday what needs to be different this time around.
You know, the things that are the most important that are reflective is being able to, get off the grass defensively. They were able to maintain and get some big conversions, and they did a great job. Like I talked to you guys about after that game, they made the plays to be able to win the game, and we came up short, and we had our chances, but there's a lot of learning ops. But we do have a very clear understanding of what's going to be required for us to be at our best, to do the things that are necessary first and foremost, starting with ourselves, and then geared towards the opponent and the schemes.
I think everyone would be shocked if the Panthers pull off that upset, Lyle. We were doing our playoff pool picks at the station here yesterday, and I don't think anyone picked the Panthers to win that game, despite the fact that they won the last matchup.
I mean, the Rams are 10-point favorites on the road for this game, which says all that needs to be said.
Yeah, I can't see that upset happening. The Bears and Packers will be playing for the third time in the last 6 weeks, with the two splitting the regular season series. Bears rookie tight end Colston Loveland was asked what the messaging was from head coach Ben Johnson before this game.
He just hit it on the head. I mean, he's like, it's another season, so you guys better have more energy, better energy than we had last season. And like he said, if you're not after the game, he said, if you're not prepared to play the next 5 weeks, if you're thinking about anything else, thinking about booking a flight, vacations or anything, don't come in. So he made it very clear about what's at stake and what this team is looking for.
Ben Johnson taking the hard line. I like it.
Sounds a little Dan Campbell-esque.
Yeah. We'll be getting into at 7 a.m. Or sorry, I think actually at 8 a.m. No, I'm sorry. It is 7. We're going to talk a little bit. Salk wants to discuss whether we should be rooting for the Rams or not, which I can't believe he even put that on paper.
Should I just give away my answer now or let him just...
Go ahead.
No.
Okay.
No, I won't be rooting for the Rams.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Well, college football playoff certainly didn't disappoint last night. The game itself, that being Miami, Ole Miss, Hurricanes win 31-27. They will head on to the national championship game after what was a pretty ridiculous game, especially when you get down to that fourth quarter. There was 3 lead changes in the final 5 minutes. You had Ole Miss and Trinidad Chambliss take the lead back with about 3 minutes to go. And then you have Miami drive down the field with about 3 minutes to go in what was a long 13-plus play drive. Ole Miss had multiple chances to get off the field. They couldn't do so. Just unbelievable game all around. I mean, when Ole Miss scored that touchdown, to be exact, there was 3 minutes and 13 seconds to go. Chambliss threw a pass to Wright for 24 yards and a touchdown. And then Miami drove down on 15 plays to be exact, 75 yards. They converted multiple third downs, including the 3-yard touchdown run of a capper by Carson Beck to give Miami the final lead. It's funny, with 18 seconds to go, Ole Miss made it an opportunity. They threw a Hail Mary.
They got some chunk plays down the field.
Yeah, it almost reminded me a little bit of Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs against the Bills when they had 13 seconds. The difference was Ole Miss needed a touchdown here. If that extra point had been missed, that would have gotten really interesting because they were pretty close to field goal range, where if that had been a one field goal game, maybe a long kick ties it and they send it to overtime. It was pretty crazy. But yeah, again, 3 lead changes in the final 5 minutes. Ole Miss made it a game at the end, but all in all, Miami wins 31-27. They're heading on to the national championship game where they'll take on the winner of Oregon and Indiana, who play tonight. That'll be a good game. And yeah, this should be a good national title. It's a bunch of teams that don't usually get in. And I hope Indiana finds a way to win. That's all I'll say. That would be a really, really fun team to see win it all. Mariners-wise, on that side of things, going to the baseball side a little bit, they got some arbitration deals done with 6 of the 7 guys that were eligible. To be exact, it was Randy Arozarena, Matt Brash, Logan Gilbert, George Kirby, Luke Raley, and Gabe Spire. The only guy they didn't get a deal done with was Bryce Miller, who's a Super 2 arbitration guy, so he gets 4 years of arbitration rather than 3 because of all the service time that he's already accrued through his first 3 seasons. He filed at about $400,000 apart from the Mariners. So sometimes you see these arbitration cases get crazy, like Tarek Skubal in Detroit, which, good Lord, that could be a story in its own right. But Miller himself filed at $2.6 million. The Mariners filed at $2.2 million. So they were a little bit apart, but nothing too crazy. Arozarena's getting a little over $15 million. Logan Gilbert will get just shy of $11 million. George Kirby will get about $6.5 million this year.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Well, the roller coaster ride continues in the DeMond Williams situation. To recap, the quarterback signed a new contract with UW on January 2nd. 4 days later, on Tuesday of this week, Williams made an announcement on social media that he would actually be entering the transfer portal instead. Then yesterday morning, his agent, Doug Hendrickson, announced that the two were parting ways due to philosophical differences. That happened right about at the end of our show. Then yesterday evening, ESPN's Pete Thamel from the Fiesta Bowl reported that Williams had sought advice from a lawyer and was leaning towards returning to UW. Shortly after, Thamel announced that a new deal had been signed between Williams and UW. He says, DeMond Williams says, "I'm fully committed and focused on contributing to what we are building." Head coach Jed Fish and AD Pat Chun released statements voicing their support for him, but also saying that they know that he's going to have some work to do to repair some of the trust that was probably lost in this whole situation. I can't imagine having to walk back into that locker room after all of this. The first time is probably going to be a challenge.
The actual translation here is, I don't want to get sued. So I'm coming back.
Yeah.
I'm back.
It turns out that I think Brock had said this. He was right that contract was pretty ironclad, and it was going to cost his new school a lot and detract from some of the money they could spend next year if they did sign him.
I think the actual numbers were they would have owed UW $4 million had he signed, and then LSU was also going to have just about as much money subtracted out of their NIL pool had he signed there. So, I mean, it was, like you said, that contract was not made to be easy to get out of by any stretch.
Yeah. I'm glad he sought advice from a lawyer because it seems like he was getting some poor advice from someone. It clearly wasn't his agent because his agent seems upset about this whole situation as well. So just really kind of a mess all the way around, but hopefully he can start rebuilding some of the trust and relationships there that have been damaged.
No doubt. I mean, I would love to be a fly on that wall as he walks back into that facility and see what it looks like.
Just kidding.
Exactly that. I'm just kidding. Yeah, so here's what Ross Dellinger said really quickly that's everything you need to know. But
of Yahoo Sports, yeah.
If Ross Dellinger quickly said if DeMond Williams or his new school would have owed Washington DeMond Williams or his new school would have owed Washington the value of his contract, $4 million. His new school would have also incurred a reduction in its revenue share pool next year by that amount. So they would have owed $4 million and then also lost $4 million had he transferred, which is a lot.
Lane Kiffin decided to back out of that one.
Yeah.
All right, well, that is everything you need to know. Up next, we talked to Bryan Walters yesterday, former Seahawk receiver, one of our favorites, and got some interesting perspective on where the team's at from him. We're going to let you take a listen to that. We'll be right back on the Brock and Salk Show on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
The Seahawks aren't just the top seed in the NFC and a Super Bowl betting favorite, but Bump, you said if they play like this, they can actually win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, they can get it, man. Look, this is what you do. You run the football. 39 times they ran that thing. 180 yards on the ground. You had some explosive plays in the pass game, and this defense was smothering.
Bump and Stacy, only on Seattle Sports, on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here, and I did used to wonder, do I have enough to retire? Am I missing something? Because I do want to retire, and I'd like to do it sooner rather than later, and I'd love to really enjoy my retirement. I'd love to travel. Well, I don't worry anymore. I don't wonder anymore. I met Trajan Wealth, and now I have answers and a real plan. They're not just advisors, they're fiduciaries, and they treated me like family. So take some of that stress off your shoulders. Call Trajan Wealth and get your plan started today. They'll take the time to determine your own risk tolerance level, along with learning about your goals and your timeline. Working with you, they'll develop a wealth management plan that reflects your values. So call Trajan Wealth today at 206-466-3300. That's 206-466-3300, or go to TrajanWealth.com.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC. SEC registered investment advisor. Client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Meet Morgan Jones. Morgan is about to step into a world unknown to most, thanks to Progressive's Renters Insurance, a place of fresh linens and turn-down service. You see, Morgan temporarily vacated her apartment and has gone to a hotel because a pipe burst in her apartment. A pipe that made her sense of reality and apartment ceiling all come crashing down. Luckily, Morgan checked into Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Seattle Sports is giving you two chances to win tickets to the Seahawks divisional round playoff game at Lumen Field. Tap the Win tab in the Seattle Sports app or visit the Seattle Sports YouTube page for your chance to win a pair of tickets to the game.
Holy catfish!
That's two separate chances to be part of Seahawks history. Details and rules at seattlesports.com/win. From the home of the Seahawks.
Listen to the 12th man.
Seattle Sports.
Want more Seahawks content? Join me, G. Scott, on The Reset. New episodes of the podcast every Monday and Thursday on YouTube or on the Seattle Sports app.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
It's game time, and Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota Renton are lining up with a roster that's built to dominate the field. The gas-powered RAV4, built to power through every drive, rain or shine. Or switch up the play with the hybrid RAV4, versatile, efficient, and always moving the chains. The Tacoma, tough, dependable, and clutch when it counts. And now, taking the field, the all-new 2026 Toyota Tundra, redesigned, powerful, and built for the big moments. Whether you're in the north or the south, Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton have your winning ride. Visit toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
From whiplash to herniated discs, there are a few car accident injuries we've all heard of. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains that even the most common injuries differ from one another.
Pre-existing conditions, health history, beginning of treatment. There are hundreds of factors that make every person and every injury unique. While these variables aid medical treatment, the strongest case recoveries must also take them into account.
Could you explain a little bit more?
Our team at Pendergast Law is obsessed with turning over every stone to differentiate each case. This requires thorough investigation, diligent listening, and relentless research. We never pursue cases with a one-size-fits-all approach. We built our success by treating every injury and every case with the individualized attention our clients need and deserve.
Pendergast Law's individualized approach to even the most common injuries makes the difference in case outcomes. It's another reason why I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk
Weekdays 6 to 10.
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Well, we've been kind of jumping all over the place today. You got this big breaking news that came out last night with Damon Williams, so we've been talking through that. If you missed the interview with Joel Klatt, I think you'll want to go watch that. It'll be up on YouTube and all the socials and, of course, the podcast later. But, preeminent voice in college football is Fox's lead announcer or lead analyst. So, yeah, I think you'll want to hear what Joel had to say. It was a pretty good conversation and debate about the state of college football and where all of this goes and, quite frankly, the state of our country and society in general. So if you got some time, maybe go check that out. John Forsland will talk some Kraken hockey with us coming up in an hour.
Hey, what do you say?
Kraken hockey, baby. In the meantime, Seahawks talk, Brock, because that's really, the story throughout the whole city right now. And Bryan Walters does the pre- and post-game show here on Seattle Sports and for the Seahawks Radio Network, friend of the show. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning, guys. Good to be back on with you. It's been a little bit.
Well, and we were saying that, and that's on us, and we apologize. I don't know what happened. We just haven't had you on for a while, and that's a
well, let's be clear. You get a little insecure because Brian's younger, he's sprunger, he hits a golf ball 350 yards, or he's good looking. He's got kind of a lot of things that we don't have.
I know,
right?
but I really like Brian both personally and professionally, and I feel bad that we haven't had him on more, even though you're right. I'm very jealous. I mean, there's no doubt. There's a lot of jealousy.
If you guys keep talking, I'll be on every day with you guys. I mean, this is great. This is a good ego boost for every single morning. I need this. This is fantastic.
We got to make up for the fact that we haven't had you on for a while. So let's sort of take a big picture view of this thing, and then we'll dig into some more specifics. But give me sort of a big picture, most pleasant surprises, things that jumped out to you over the course of the year that maybe you weren't expecting.
Well, I think I have to go to the defense. I have to go because I thought last game was so interesting because I thought both teams, 49ers and Seahawks, have kind of weathered the storm, right? They've weathered these injuries that they've had. And 49ers probably less so, have had more serious injuries than the Seahawks. But, you know how the Seahawks have been all season long, right? You feel like guys are just, what was that, middle of the year, you had 3 or 4 starters out in the defense, and it was just kind of like, okay, how are they going to do this? But I think the most pleasant surprise is the guys that have stepped up in those situations, that were the guys that just kind of hit the ground running, and you haven't seen any sort of kind of downfall on the defense. And you look at guys like Drake Thomas, and Drake Thomas probably is a bad example of this because he wasn't necessarily filling in for injury. He earned that spot, come training camp, and has kind of been there all season long, but not a guy I expected to be in there playing day to day at such a high level. Ty Okada has done a great job filling in for when Julian Love's down. Now Kobe Bryant's down, and he's just kind of filled in and done his part. And so I think, I know there was issues at the corner position. Witherspoon was out, so you had a lot of guys filling in there. And to me, that's just such a huge thing to have, that depth, that 70-man roster that they always talk about, to be able to have guys ready to play, and to know that they can fill in without the team kind of falling apart, because that's such an easy thing to do. Is when you have a bunch, 2 or 3 starters out, man, it's so easy for a team to just take a downward spiral, and you've seen it in teams. And actually, the 49ers are kind of an example of that right now defensively. The last they've been struggling a little bit with their all-pro Fred Warner out and all that stuff. So that's kind of one of the biggest surprises to me is how the Seahawks have managed that, the injuries, and how guys have been ready to step up.
So if those are the pleasant surprises, then I'll ask you the same question we asked Daniel Jeremiah yesterday. How has this team surpassed your team for the greatest point differential in the history of the franchise, and like your team in 2013, become the number 1 seed? What are 2 or 3 reasons from your estimation why they find themselves in this pole position?
Well, yeah, no, that's a good question. Now you're making me have to go back to our teams back in 2013 and 14. Remember all those. I think the offense, I think, is just more. We know the whole first half of the season, maybe longer, 2/3 of the season. This offense was so explosive, right? I felt like any deep ball that Sam Darnold threw was caught by JSN. Yeah, just automatic. I mean, you're just like, why don't you just do that every single play? It looks way too easy. And I feel like the explosiveness of an offense to this defense is, and later on, I'd say the defense's ability to create turnovers. It took a while, even before the first forced fumble. I mean, I don't know if you remember that. They didn't have a forced fumble before the bye week. It was none, 0 on defense, no forced fumbles. They had some interceptions, which is great, but the ball wasn't put on the ground until, I believe, Brandon Peely on a kickoff coverage forced his first fumble, and then you had kind of how it is, turnovers come in bunches, right? And then you had kind of a barrage of all the defense making plays like that and forced fumbles. So I think everything coming together with the offense being explosive, the defense being able to force turnovers, and I mean that's as simple as it gets, I guess, because it's been so fun. I mean, it really has. Just watch this team win in so many different ways. I don't know if we had that. If we're comparing back to 2013. I don't know if we had that ability to win in multiple ways back in 2013, because this team has come from behind. This team has blown a team out from the beginning. This team has I mean, there's so many different ways that we won last-second field goals, missed everything. They've won so many different special teams, defense, offense has picked them up. Special teams scored 4 touchdowns. I don't think we had that in 2023. I think we really had one formula to win. It was to have your defense better play well, and kind of the offense doesn't screw it up and run the ball. I feel like that's what it was. And this team has just kind of shown the ability to win in multiple ways. Whatever you need, it's like that unit's going to step up.
We're talking to Bryan Walters. They don't feel that similar to me, these two teams. The team you were talking about that you were on in 2013, not 23. We'll give you the slip of the tongue. I know you're just sort of hoping you were 10 years younger than you actually are right now. Yeah, that's fine. 13, 23.
Like 2 years ago.
That's all right. If Clayton was here, he'd call 223, 213. In any event, the two teams don't seem that similar to me. And I know everyone wants to make a comparison because those were the last truly great Seahawks teams in 13 and 14, but it does feel like this team has such a different vibe, different energy. They're both built off their defense, there's no doubt, but after that, I just don't see a lot of crossover similarity between the two teams. Do you?
No, I don't think so either. And kind of the reasons I just mentioned as far as how to win games, there's multiple ways for this team to win games. Back in, I'm going to say it right, 2013. There we go. Got it. Made the adjustment. Thank you for that. It wasn't that. It wasn't that at all. But I also think the personalities are a lot different. The personalities on this team versus 2013. 2013.
Really? You sure? You don't think Sam and Russ are alike? The Kumbaya in the receiver room, Cooper Kupp and JSN weren't like Golden Tate and Percy? You sure?
I mean, here's what it was in 2013. It was like if we got to the game, we were good. Like if we were able to get everyone to the game, I mean, we knew we were going to absolutely dominate that game, but that was the hard part, was getting to the game. But I feel like this team is not that. This team is like, not that they're tighter than we, because we were tight, those are still some of my best buddies. But it's so different, man. Like the way that Pete Carroll, kind of that culture that we had back then with everyone on the team to now to where Mike McDonald has this team. It's just, I don't know. It's such a tough question to compare that, but I just have to say the personalities of the guys are different, and just the way that the teams are winning. The way team can win these games in multiple ways is a lot different than back in 2013.
So you mentioned the Ty Okadas and the Drakes and the guys that we've talked about this year, and I'm right there with you, Bryan. It's been phenomenal to watch those guys emerge. Did you, in your heart of hearts, as a former receiver and a guy that, ran routes and operated the way JSN, has to and has been able to operate with just precision and detail and explosion, did you ever imagine that he would lead the league in receiving yards in 2025? Was there a script you could write preseason that I would have handed you and said, hey, this is going to happen, and you would have believed it?
It's funny. We actually had this discussion a couple days ago with Doug and Jermaine. No, that I wouldn't have put that on there. I wouldn't have put that up there. There's now, would I have said JSN would have had a tremendous season and really emerge as that number one receiver? Absolutely. I think that's what everyone kind of thought would happen going in, especially seeing last year, how he did when DK Metcalf was not in the game. I think he put up 180 yards, that the small sample size of that. And two, what we saw this offseason and into training camp with JSN. I mean, you would go to practice and you would see him making big play after big play after big play. And you just kind of knew, it's like, hey, it's this guy's time. I mean, this is a first-round draft pick. They saw a lot in him, maybe slightly overshadowed by DK when DK was here. It's his time. Like, he's got it all. And again, last year you saw it. You saw the ability to do multiple things as a wide receiver. Right? There's receivers that are, big bodies that maybe you just kind of outmuscle your defender. There's receivers that can run good routes and route up receivers. There's receivers that are good without press coverage. There's receivers that are good against press coverage. And there's all, receivers with good hand. I can go on forever, right? The list of how you get categorized as a receiver. JSN, besides the big body, besides the big body part of the receiver, checks every single box on that. I mean, you can't pressing JSN. He invites it. When he runs his routes. I mean, I go back to Jacksonville. I just remember how he set up this post corner route early in the game. And I mean, when you really look at it and break it down, they were thinking about that post corner route he ran against them, and then he hits the play on the big post route. Like it's like the way he sets up his routes and makes them all look exactly the same is fantastic. I think he has one of the lowest drop rates in the league, if not the lowest. I think he's dropped really off the top of my head. I can think of one big drop he had, and it was right over the middle. I forgot who it was against, but it was just over the middle, big route. Indianapolis, right there. That's it. I mean, I think that's incredible when a guy gets so many targets that you can really only picture one drop that he's had. And if you can picture more, I'm open to it. I want to know. But that's all. I was like, wow, is that like one of his first blatant drops of this whole season? That's impressive. So he's been trustworthy. He can break down a zone. He can win man-to-man. He can take the top off of a defense, as people doubted time in and time out, and said he can't do that. Well, he does with his body control, the way he can kind of judge a deep ball, I guess. I look at it like a punt, right? When you can get under a punt and read where that ball's going to land, it makes it a lot easier to catch a punt. Well, that's what JSN does with these deep balls. Sam Darnold throws it up. He can read it. He sees the trajectory, where it's going to land. You can set your body up, position yourself to be in perfect position to make that catch. So, and that's a skill in its own that I don't think a ton of receivers have.
So if I could imagine a meeting of the minds with Bryan and, as you mentioned, Jermaine Kearse and Doug Baldwin. Maybe he was on a golf course. Maybe Salk would be the fourth.
That'd be an interesting one. Yeah,
in that group right there.
By the way, Doug called it on JSN, as you know. Doug's the one who's there. Well, of course. Yeah, I knew he was going to do this.
If it was a golf event with the four of you guys, And Salk got to listen to them all talk about JSN and then maybe transition to Sam Darnold. What would be the conversations on that golf course about those two?
Well, are we transitioning to Sam Darnold right now? Is that?
Yeah. First maybe pay
I'm
off
going to guess
Jermaine
at least
and
one of those guys would have been really happy to have had Sam Darnold in 2013.
Here's 100%. But here's where this conversation would go, and I know it would go. It would go for, hey, JSN, how's it feel to get all those targets? How's it feel to get the ball thrown to you that much? That would be the majority of it, and all in a joking way, because that's the receiver's dream. You want to get the ball thrown to you. We didn't have that. It's me especially, but like Doug, like you look at the numbers that they put up with, being not even top 50 in the league in targets. I mean, it's pretty impressive back in the day. So that would be the conversation. Hey man, like how's it feel to get the ball like thrown to you every series and that would be the conversation
All
there.
right.
Now,
So let's get to the real question. What's the trust factor? What's the trust level for Sam Darnold heading into the playoffs?
My trust level is extremely high. Extremely high. It really is. And I don't like to look, Sam Darnold has played in so many big games in the last 2 years. If you think about it, you don't go 14-3 2 years in a row without playing in big games. Like last season, you look at the Vikings, and they finished the season with 3 conference games and 1 against the Seahawks. That was their last 4 games. Those are all really big games. And, maybe he gets a bad rap for not having a good game in one of those, which I don't even think he threw an interception. But I think, his offensive line was bad last year. So, one, I look at that and I go, he's played in tons of big games. Look, this year he's played in big games. The Rams game was a big game. Yeah, maybe it was a struggle to start, but man, the way he finished is incredible. To me, that shows more than anything. The fact that you can just, throw an interception and get back out there on the field and just keep slinging it like you have been. I think that is impressive in its own. 2, you don't see, no one ever on his own team or in the building doubt Sam Darnold. No one's ever coming out saying anything like, this could have been better. And I feel like you can't hide that if that's the truth. If people don't trust your quarterback, somehow that slips out, and it hasn't. And there's where I go, well, these guys have all the trust in the world. Like, so do I. Like, they work with him. They're in the facility every single day. They know what kind of work he puts in. They know the plays he's made, because you can't deny that either. All season long, he has made some of the best throws that I have seen. I mean, his rolling out to the left, threading the needle to JSN, some of those deep passes. Like, he can make every single throw. And actually, Brock, I don't know if you noticed this, but something I saw in the broadcast last week against the 49ers, Sam Darnold threw a simple flat route or flat little out, whatever it was, like a 4 or 5 yard pass to the sideline, to the left side. And he hit him right on the chest. I want to say it was a Rashid. I don't remember exactly. It doesn't matter. But hit him right on the chest. Boom, 4 yard gain. So Troy Aikman says, "Ooh, that's a dangerous pass. If he leaves that inside, that's another interception. That's an interception that Sam Darnold just taking that risk." And I'm thinking to myself, that was actually a perfect pass. And if Josh Allen said this, I bet Troy Aikman saying, "Wow, look at the arm talent, putting that right where it needs to be, perfect pass, right on the numbers." Like, that's why he's so good. There is this stigma about Sam Darnold that no matter what he does, I don't know if he can get away from it. And I don't know where it comes from, because you compare all the stats with Sam Darnold, everything. I compared Sam Darnold's stats to Mahomes when he won back-to-back Super Bowls. Those two years he won back-to-back in 2022, 2023. Sam Darnold has better stats. He has a better passer rating than Patrick Mahomes did when he won MVP and back-to-back Super Bowls. Like, Sam Darnold's better stats. So if stuff like that doesn't tell you that he is a fantastic quarterback and the right guy for this job, and especially for this offense, then I don't know what does, because Patrick Mahomes is considered one of the best ever, right, to do it. He's one of the best winners.
I think, Brian, I'll speak for Salky here. I won't. He won't have to do this, but I'll speak on his behalf here. I think it's like a golfer that stripes 7 drives, and you're like, "Oh my gosh, this guy is so good," and you want to just totally buy. And then there is just the shank. There's just the triple, bogey. There's just the 14 interceptions and the 6 fumbles and leading the league in giveaways. Unfortunately, that's just in the bag. And as many drives as he can stripe and as many birdies as he can make, and he can make them with anybody. Like in his ceiling, you're right. Like his upside is Josh Allen, Mahomes. Like his upside plays, his highlight reel. If he was a high school quarterback making a highlight reel for Huddle, to show to recruiters, they'd be like, goodness gracious, that's a laser, that's a laser, that's a play, that's a scramble, that's a, the ceiling would be great. It's just the floor. It's just some of the ball in harm's way more often than maybe some of those elite guys have.
He has thrown the exact amount of interceptions as Patrick Mahomes did in 2022 and 2023. Exact same. He had 12 interceptions in last year with the Vikings and 14 this year. Patrick Mahomes had 12 in 2022 and 14 in 2023. So, every quarterback's going to put the ball in harm's way. And I'll use that golf analogy for you here. If we're going to take like a single round, I get that. But let's take like multiple rounds. Like, how do you get a handicap in golf, right? You have, 20 rounds or something, and they take your 10 best or something like that. This is kind of the case for Sam Darnold because he's had – look, if you take unfortunately, I have to say it. I hate saying this, but I have to say it. You take like the Rams games away from it, the 4 interceptions and the 2 interceptions, that's 6 interceptions against one team. Those in a golf handicap would be out. They wouldn't even be in the mix.
Brian, that's like saying, well, if you take the majors out, this guy's great. It's too bad he's never won a major. Like, you have to include those things. That's the question. That's what's left to be determined. And it doesn't mean he's not going to get over the hump. Matt Stafford had these questions until he didn't anymore. And that's not
Rory McIlroy had these questions until he won the Masters.
That's not uncommon to have those questions until you get over the hump
and
right, actually prove it.
Those guys have had the opportunity multiple times, right? Rory's been years and years and years and years trying to win this Masters. Sam Darnold's had one opportunity to be with a good team last season. They won 14 games, and it was one game in the playoffs.
No,
so
it's well
the
said.
sample size is so small, and you're taking a guy like Rory and all these guys who it's like, it's been 15 years or 20, whatever it was.
No, I think you're right. The hope there is that last year was the learning experience and that this year is okay, now I figured it out. And when I get into the big game, I know what to do. And again, if he plays the way he did against the Niners, I think they probably win the Super Bowl. If he doesn't turn the ball over and, he makes a couple of those key passes, the one he made to Cooper Kupp on that 8-minute drive is just unbelievable. If he does those things, they're probably going to at least go to the Super Bowl, if not win it, because with the defense that we've already talked about, I don't know who's going to slow them down if he keeps control of the ball. On the other hand, if the ball he threw late in that game that was nearly picked off was picked off, and the ball that he put on the ground after tripping on the center ends up getting recovered by the other team, then it's a different game. Then it's a different – I'm just saying, it'll be different.
I know.
All right, that was former Seahawks wide receiver and current Seahawks pregame host, Bryan Walters. We always love talking to him. If you want to hear the rest of that interview, you can go to our podcast page or the Seattle Sports YouTube. Great talking to him. Coming up next, Salk is in the building, and he has something written on our show sheet that I think he's going to have to explain. It says, root for the Rams, ? We'll get into that next on the Brock and Salk Show on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
The one and only Mark Schlereth with Wyman and Bob.
Could have been a bigger butt whipping, but the score didn't really tell you how one-sided it was.
With a depleted defense, you should be able to put up more points, but the two teams know each other exceptionally well. Robert Saleh is a damn good coordinator. I guess I just looked at how dominant overall the performance was, and hey, man, it's hard to win in the National Football League.
Get every can't-miss conversation on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Now is your time to get into a new D.R. Horton home by taking advantage of its National Red Tag Sales event going on right now through January 25th. Stop by any of its participating communities and find select Red Tag homes at incredible pricing. So whether you're buying your first home or looking for an upgrade, you don't want to miss the Red Tag Sales event going on right now. Discover the D.R. Horton difference. Visit drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder and equal housing opportunity builder.
The rainy season's here, Seattle, and your roof can't wait. Schedule your free estimate at 3treeroofing.com and get $500 off today. Costly repairs and Band-Aid fixes won't hold up and just drain your pockets. Our technicians replace roofs year-round, backed by the strongest warranties. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit muckleshootcasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot. Do you get sinus infections, congestion, sinus pressure and pain, sinus headaches? You've gone to the doctor. You visit urgent care over and over again. And it's always the same thing, right? Oh, I know. Let's try antibiotics and some nasal sprays. But they just keep coming back. You may suffer with chronic sinus infections. The good news? Relief is possible. How? A minimally invasive procedure called the Sinusoft procedure, available only at the Modern Nose Clinic. Imagine a procedure so delicate there are no narcotics. Less cutting means less bleeding, so no packing, and no operating room. The Sinusoft procedure is designed for the clinic. If you suffer with chronic sinus infections, facial pain, pressure, and congestion, find out if the Sinusoft procedure, available only at the Modern Nose Clinic, is the solution for you. Call and set an appointment today. 206-388-2770. 206-388-2770. That's 206-388-2770.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free. We meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
I started Davis Law Group in 1994 to fight for the underdog. And as our team has grown, we've stayed true to that mission. Today, Davis Law Group is known for providing excellent service and even better results. Visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com to get your free book on car accident law.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage, no medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. Apply by February 11th and get your application fee waived. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes, along with more than 135 degrees and certificates in fields like business, cybersecurity, healthcare, and more. Gain the skills you need to achieve your career goals. Get your application fee waived through February 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
Get me a freaking auto! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk. on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cat there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, what do you want me to sing, Maura? What do I need to sing? I'm ready.
Oh, you told us.
What can I sing? Oh, doesn't count?
No.
Do you want to sing?
Always ready to sing. What do you want me to sing? You know I
told
like
us
singing.
on Monday what time you were coming in, so I don't think it counts.
All right. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you to you, Lyle, for handling the first hour today. So I got a little extra sleep before a huge drive across the mountains today, Brock. Hopefully I can make it.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Sing the theme song to where you're headed.
The Moses Lake theme song? I don't know. Go down, Moses, way down in Egypt land. Tell old Pharaoh, let my people go.
Nice, good.
That's about all you'll get today. All right, I'm going to make my... I don't know. I don't think it's... Maura, you made it sound like I'm trying to tell people to root for the Rams, and that's not entirely true.
Reading what you wrote.
That's not
for the Rams? Question mark.
Right.
Well, here's the thought. You can take it for what it's worth, okay? You don't have to listen. You can tell me this is crazy. The prevailing wisdom, right, has, first of all, you root against the Rams on principle, and I hate the Rams. Don't get me wrong. The prevailing wisdom has been you want to avoid the Rams as long as possible, right? So here's just an alternate theory, and you can do with it what you want. You can determine if you think this has any
this
merit.
Is kind of a baseballism. Every once in a while, we always talk about how football has penetrated baseball, and the football watching and the emotion of it has kind of penetrated the walls of baseball. This is kind of the opposite.
You think so?
I think so. I think this is kind of a data analytical baseball. It's kind of to me, this is kind of a baseball argument for why you'd want to see the Rams.
All right. Well, I hadn't thought of it that way, but here's the theory, and then you can tell me if it has any merit. The idea would be you want the Bears to win to knock Green Bay out, and you want the Rams to win so that you play the Rams next weekend. The idea being you're probably going to play them at some point anyway, because the consensus and prevailing opinion is that they're the other best team in the NFC. And the team that is the toughest matchup for you, for whatever reason, their offense gives your defense more of a challenge than others do. And they've got the one quarterback in the NFC that you're probably a little bit more afraid of than anybody else.
And by the way, you also need the Niners to win. You need everybody. You need the Niners.
That's true. You would need the Niners to win in that scenario.
No. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you need the Niners to lose.
To lose. You need the Niners
you need
to lose,
Philly to win.
Green Bay to lose. Yes, Philly to win, Chicago to win.
But the idea is
all the top seeds.
You would want that to happen because if you play them next weekend, that's when you would have the absolute best advantage. You are going to be as healthy as you could possibly be next weekend. Who knows what happens in the divisional round leading up to the NFC Championship game? You could be tired, you could be hurt, you just don't know. But you've got 2 weeks off, right? Or the full week off, the whole bye, and whoever you play, in this case, in this scenario, the Rams, would be coming off of a game themselves where who knows what happens to them and how beat up maybe they get in a win in Carolina. So the idea is that this is your best time to play them, the ideal moment to play the Rams, versus waiting to play them and doing it when you're a little bit more potentially beat up.
And the Rams play Sunday, correct?
No, they play Saturday.
No, they do play Saturday.
Yeah, I know. I looked that up yesterday. They actually have the first game.
They do.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're not catching them on any shorter rest, but they do have to travel back across the country, right? So
and they'd at least be playing the week before, whereas you wouldn't be. You would have 2 weeks off, whereas they have one.
Yeah, now there is that little sentiment of rest versus rest. And is there something to, playing the game? We've certainly seen that played out in college football way more. So, the stats would tell you, no, actually, you want the 1 seed, and all the numbers tell you that rest is much more beneficial than it is to maybe have a little rest.
Right. I guess the thing is, this isn't about rooting for the Rams because obviously, as everybody has pointed out, if the Rams lose, you don't play them at all. So it's not about rooting for the Rams. It's about whether or not you're rooting for Green Bay and rooting for Philadelphia.
Yeah, I find myself still rooting for the 6 and 7 seats for San Francisco and Green Bay. I find myself rooting for them.
Knowing that
I
you would then
rather
probably
see
have to
them-
play the Rams in
yeah,
the
in
NFC
the same
Championship.
in the same regard that San Fran is on such fumes, and it looks like Trent Williams may be back. He did some practice yesterday, and even Fred Warner was on the side field getting some running in and everything else. But they're totally exhausted and totally on fumes. Green Bay is without Micah Parsons. They too are on a bunch of fumes. So what if one of those teams finds a way? Well, then they got to travel all the way across country, and I don't think they're nearly as balanced, nearly as talented, nearly as deep as the Rams are, nor do they know you the way that the Rams know you in this matchup. So, yeah, I find myself, not even like because I hate the Rams, just because of the matchup. And then, you get one of those two, and then who knows what happens to L.A. if they travel to Philly or what have you. Then they've got a great shot to lose there. And you don't even have to see him at any point in this tournament. Advantage Seahawks.
That would be a huge advantage. I just feel like they're going to knock. I don't know. It was just a thought. It was another way of looking at it. And yes, obviously the Rams are just going to win in Carolina. So it's not about rooting for them or not. Obviously, if for some reason they lose, bonus. Like, great. The path gets a little bit easier as the other kind of, good team that you're worried about is out.
Yeah.
But I don't know, man, about
if they lose, and I'm rooting real hard for Chicago and Philly, because I would love to see Carolina come out here in the division.
Well, obviously. I think I'm going to be rooting I think, for Chicago either way.
Really?
I think so.
Because of Spiegel? Because you enjoy our
No. I mean, partly because I could never bring myself to root for the Packers. That feels disgusting. Like I could never root for the Packers. Well, maybe against the Steelers, I guess, if they were to play in some sort of
an Aaron Rodgers.
Just all of it. I've rooted against them most of my life. I don't have any problems specifically with Jordan Love or anything, but I just couldn't do it. So, but I'll root for the Bears, partly because I think they're a fun story, and partly because I honestly do think at that point we'll know if the Rams have won. Mm-hmm. And if the Rams have won, I think I'd rather see the Rams next week than wait on them for another week. I'd rather see them when you have full rest and you are coming off the bye and they're not.
I can appreciate that sentiment. I'm absolutely in the other corner. Give me the easiest path. Give me the least resistance. Give me the teams.
But I think this might be the easiest
some more
path
of the struggle. No, the Rams are a much more complete team.
But you're probably going to have to play them either way.
The Packers without Micah Parsons, by EPA per play,
I'm not saying that look, listen to me. I'm not saying that the Packers wouldn't be an easier matchup than the Rams. I'm saying that if you're going to have to play the Rams either way, wouldn't you rather play them when your advantage is the best?
I don't think so, because then they also
you don't want to play them when your advantage is the best?
They also have to play another elimination game, and they would also have to travel across the country.
I know, but you will be coming off a game at that point, too.
Much more beat up.
All right.
So, yeah.
I'm wrong on this one?
Well, I appreciate the sentiment. I appreciate, trying to look at it from all angles. Yeah, I think just from who you want to play from a resistance and from a matchup standpoint, make them play another elimination game. They got to play one this week, and then they would have to play the one the next week, and then they would have to come to your house after that kind of journey and gauntlet, and without any rest, and hopefully you take care of your business. And we've seen what the Seahawks can do to teams that they've got some pretty strong advantages, especially some of those EPA and DVOA and next level numbers. They take apart bad teams and bad defenses.
Should I try to help out the 253 who says, oh my God, we have 2 weeks off against any team we play. What the bleep are you talking about? Oh, I'm saying that you'd have the best advantage against the best team. If you're going to take that advantage against one team, do you want it to be against Green Bay or do you want it to be against the Rams? You only get that advantage once. So if you have it, wouldn't you want it against the consensus best team you're going to play this year?
I think the other factors would just outweigh.
All right.
This is like one of those decisions. Who do I go to in the 7th or the 8th, coming off of rest in this little matchup? And just let me get through this, and then I'll handle the 9th anyway. I got to handle
is there any part of you that is just like, I don't care? Seahawks are better than all these teams. Bring them all in whatever order they come. Let's go. I just don't care.
I got to share one thing with the audience. Mike, I don't know if you know this or not, but I got to peel the onion back a little bit, take everyone inside. So Kyle Brown calls me yesterday after the show, and he said, hey, I got the bracket here because everybody fills out their playoff brackets. Do you know this already?
No.
Okay, so we're going through the picks and going through the picks and da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And I'm not even trying to be contrarian. A little bit of his, this is kind of who I'm rooting for, but also what I'd like to see. Do you realize that you and I picked every single game the same?
I don't think it's that weird. Oh, except for one?
It's pretty weird. No, it's pretty weird.
It was every game or everyone except one?
Every game all the way through the whole bracket except one game. And you picked, obviously, Houston to beat Pittsburgh at home this week.
Yeah.
And I picked Pittsburgh to win and they get their doors blown off. But that was it. Otherwise, you and I see
I think Lefko and I actually had the same thing exactly, if I'm not mistaken. That's what he was saying yesterday. We were going through it. Yeah. I think it's...
You like the wild cards in the AFC.
I actually don't remember who I picked, so I'd have to see
you
my
picked
actual
the Bills
bracket.
Seahawks Super Bowl, just like I did.
I did?
Yes, you did.
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
I'll sign up for that.
That's what I had too.
Right. I don't think it's that controversial, is it? Like, Josh Allen's the only quarterback you trust in the NFC, or in the AFC rather. And like, what am I going to do? Pick somebody else to go from the NFC?
You picked the Chargers to beat the Patriots?
Yeah. A little upset. Young quarterback. Herbert finally gets it done. I don't know. We'll be right back. We'll give you guys everything you need to know. Brady Henderson at 7:30, Brock and Salk. Seattle Sports on 710.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
The Seahawks aren't just the top seed in the NFC and a Super Bowl betting favorite, but Bump, you said if they play like this, they can actually win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, they can get it, man. Look, this is what you do. You run the football. 39 times they ran that thing. 180 yards on the ground. You had some explosive plays in the pass game, and this defense was smothering.
Bump and Stacy, only on Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Well, I'm here with my good buddy, Dr. Dan Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. And you've heard from Dr. Dan's patients over the years how a simple stem cell procedure has successfully conquered their pain. Well, folks, now it's my turn. After years of dealing with knee pain from all the football abuse, I can say my knee pain now is almost 100% gone. How'd you do it, Dr. Dan?
Well, Brock, personally, I'm very happy that you did so well. And your story is like so many of our other patients who come in, former athletes and non-athletes as well, who have come in with chronic knee pain, and they are looking for alternatives besides knee replacement surgery. And we're happy to provide this service. It's been truly a game changer for so many folks. It's just been a pleasure to be part of this.
Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. I was in and out with a couple of follow-ups. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit danielnelsonmd.com. That's danielnelsonmd.com.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying two phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Hey, Mike Salk here, and I'm telling you, people all over the Northwest right now, they're going to be losing 20, 30, 40, maybe 50 pounds, and they'll do it by Valentine's Day. And they'll do it by starting Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. That'll be the resolution. You can as well. A 15-minute phone call is all it takes to get started, and just see if you're interested in this program. I was. It really did work for me. I did the program. I immediately lost 10 pounds just in the first week. I lost about 35 pounds after 8 weeks. Here's what I didn't have to do.
Fight for space in a crowded gym with all the New Year's resolutioners. No pills, no injections, no bland boxed fake meals or anything like that. What I did get was delicious recipes, real food that you buy at the grocery store, and a group to offer support, accountability, and coaching. Do it for yourself this year. Go to eastsideweightlossclinic.com and schedule that 15-minute phone call. Don't let it hold you back. Do it now. Go to eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
This is the home of the Seahawks.
Going to let one fly deep. Got a man out there. Ball is caught down at the 10-yard line, and it's JSN.
Seattle Sports.
Hey, Brock Ewart here. It's such a joy for me to be joined by Shannon O'Kelly, President and CEO of IRG Physical and Hand Therapy. Shannon, I've heard so much about traveling physical therapists. What's that mean to you and IRG?
That's a great question, Brock. Traveling physical therapy right now, I think, is a fad, and a lot of young therapists are doing it, but they're missing opportunities that we provide here at IRG. And those things we provide at IRG are really important, and that's being part of a team and treating patients, building relationships, engaging with our community. That is so important. The other thing is they're not getting paid time off. A crew are paid time off, and they do not get continuing education, professional growth, and that is so important as a young therapist to have access to professional growth. The other thing is we have an enhanced compensation program here at IRG that our physical therapists, our occupational therapists can increase their earnings by engagement, outcomes, and intervention. That's what we're all about. We're about building a great culture for young therapists and all clinicians to work here.
Openings across the whole company. Head over to irgpt.com/careers, irgpt.com/careers.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit muckleshootcasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot. More than 4,000 women are diagnosed with breast cancer every year in Washington state. I'm Dr. Suzette Miranda with Northwest Hope and Healing. We provide a lifeline to breast and gynecologic cancer patients, and you can help us make a difference. Join us for Cork, Fork, and Support, an afternoon of wine tasting and inspiration on January 31st at Mary Hill Winery in Woodinville's Wine Country. Get your tickets now for Cork, Fork, and Support. Go to nwhopeandhealing.org to learn more.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
You know, how nice is it going to be, Brock, to just be hanging out all weekend, watching the games, knowing that everything's at stake, but without any fear, no trepidation, no nervousness. Seahawks going to just sit and watch this weekend and wait to see who will be coming to Lumen Field next week. The only thing we know for sure is if Green Bay wins tomorrow night, they're the opponent. They got to go to Chicago. They've been dominated there, obviously, for years. But, yeah, things a little bit different this season. So that's like the #1 game. After that, Bears win, and then all eyes turn to the Niners, who would be in Philadelphia, walking wounded against the team of internal strife and conflict. We'll see what that looks like. That would set up a rematch of Week 18, but with San Francisco maybe getting a little bit healthier. And then if both those teams win, Philly and Chicago, then it's the Seahawks against either the Rams or Panthers, and I think we all have a pretty decent sense of where we think that's going to go.
I think you could argue that these 5 days, Thursday night, semifinal, Friday night, tonight, Oregon, Indiana, Saturday, 2 games, Sunday, 2 games, 3 games, Monday, 1 game. Like, these 5 days, this might be, like, it's kind of sad, right? It feels like kind of the Sweet 16, which is kind of the best part of the tournament. Like, oh, man, game, unbelievable. And then when it's over, you're like, oh, man, we don't have much left. Like, after this weekend, right?
Yeah.
College football is down to its finale, and then...
But next weekend's a great football. I mean, a divisional weekend is arguably the best weekend of the NFL, right? Where it's the last one where you get those 4 games. I mean...
But this five game stretch for football fanatics is pretty strong.
Pretty good. We'll go through the AFC later, but that's kind of the picture in the NFC.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Is that a classic last night, Brock, in the desert? Fiesta Bowl coming down to the final moments. Miami wins. Carson Beck scrambling for the touchdown with 18 seconds left.
2nd and goal from the 3. Down 3. Snap to Beck.
looking center of the field, nothing. Surveying has nothing. Now he's going to run for it at the 5, and Beck is into the end zone. Touchdown. 18 seconds to go, and Carson Beck trying to run the Hurricanes back home to Miami for a championship game.
What do you think that feels like, scrambling into the end zone like that to win as a quarterback?
He called it the greatest feeling he's ever had. Now, the funny thing is, if it would have been like Tom Brady, honestly, in that moment, you know what he would have done? He'd have jogged down the sideline or down the goal line.
Take a few extra seconds?
1,000%. The other team had a timeout. You still got to kick it off, Salk. Like, you would have absolutely waited and take it down 2, 3, 4 more seconds, because Ole Miss still had a shot from the 30-yard line in a throw and in a call that
should that be
Ole
PI?
Miss fans, I would not reward that in that moment.
It's really hard for me because I feel very strongly that you don't make that call in general if it's certainly not if they're both jumping, but the way he held them back all the way.
If the receiver had never put his hands on him.
He's hand fighting him, trying to get him off, though.
But that's the only thing I would have said. Like, you cannot put your hands on him ever. The minute you engage, you're going to in that moment.
Yeah,
not in real time.
Okay.
Right? But in that moment, you engage in that warfare, then they're just going to be like, I can't call it.
I'll buy that. But that was that was more blatant than the usual. If they had called it, I don't know if I could have gotten upset about it, that's for sure. Damon Williams and that whole story got, at least another day. As first his agent, Doug Hendrickson, ditched him, and then Damon announced that he'd be returning to Washington, apologized for the timing of the previous posting during the memorial service, and then Jed Fish posted a message as well, welcoming him back. So he's going to be their quarterback next year?
He's going to have a lot of bridge to build back after he napalmed it. A lot of bridges to build back.
Yeah.
Yes.
There ain't no commanding officer here. Like, is this going to be like in Apocalypse Now?
There's going to be some that will never come back. There's very clearly some, especially from the donor end of things.
Is one of them Jed's wife?
Yeah.
Mrs. Fish is among the napalmers.
True.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see where that goes next.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Well, Kraken played 2 lousy periods. Brock's slow start got down 2-0. Then scored twice in the third to send Minnesota to overtime. Larson and Beniers with the goals. Unfortunately, couldn't finish the job. A little mistake, I thought, by my daughter's guy, Riker Evans. And I know they fall in overtime, but great comeback. They secure a point against one of the best teams in the league. Grubauer was excellent again. A.J. Barner, Charles Cross, a couple other Seahawks players were there last night, taking in the game, so that was cool. My guy, Jacob Melanson, you didn't happen to see the last shift of the game, did you?
Did not.
It was so awesome. He just he had a great hustle play, took a run at someone, and then just got coming off the ice by a player who was also waiting to come off the ice. Just took a run back at him for no reason. Not right. Anyway.
He's kind of your Phil McConkey, isn't he? He just throws his body in harm's way.
He kind of is. It might be the best comp, except he's probably a little better sized than Phil was. Kraken tied for second place with Vegas. They go to the road now. They'll take on Carolina tomorrow.
It's a big road trip. Four-game road trip, basically all out east, and then get Utah on the way back west. And, this will be, as Mr. Forsland told us, everything is compressed leading up to the Olympics. And this will be a fairly defining
One thing I like about them, though, right now, I mean, there's a bunch of things, and I did a little video yesterday.
I did see your little video.
Thank you. One thing I probably could have added that I like about where they're going right now is with all the compressed schedule, having 2 goalies that are both playing pretty good hockey.
That helps.
Allows you to keep them both fresh and rotate them through, and probably a nice little benefit for the Kraken. All right, that is everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. Football Friday, powered by the Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. Hey, we're giving away tickets. Is that right? We got tickets? Whoa. I didn't even know this. I'm just reading this now.
Playoff tickets?
Yeah. So Seahawks, as you might have heard, are the #1 seed. We got a couple of chances for you to win 2 tickets to the divisional round playoff game at Lumen Field. Just open the Seattle Sports app, which you've probably downloaded by now, but if not, go download it. Hit the Win tab, or you can head to the Seattle Sports YouTube page and find out how to enter. Those are your choices. If you don't have the app, text app, APP.
You know me.
To 866-979-3776, and we'll send you a download link. These contests will run through Wednesday, January 14th. So you got until next Wednesday.
This.
Oh, you did?
I did. I did the little video for Justin, and there's a code word on the YouTube side of things. It's really cool. It took me about Took me a lot of takes to get all these lines all done.
Is it hard?
Actually, not a lot of takes. He said, no, you can break it up. And then I kind of broke it up. I had to get the font really big in front of me to make it look like I wasn't reading. I don't know.
I wasn't doing
You
any of
people
that.
can
I
be the judge.
was busy doing this video for the Kraken. So, all right. Well, anyway, that's what you guys can do. Text app to 866-979-3776. Brady Henderson. His regular season final appearance with us. Maybe it's the first of the playoffs. It's like Janus, Brock, the Roman
First
god
26,
of doors.
I know that.
Yeah,
I know
it's
that.
a little of both. We got to catch Brady before he's at Chambers later today. We'll do that next on Brock and Salk.
The one and only Mark Schlereth with Wyman and Bob.
Could have been a bigger butt whipping, but the score didn't really tell you how one-sided it was.
With a depleted defense, you should be able to put up more points, but the two teams know each other exceptionally well. Robert Saleh is a damn good coordinator. I guess I just looked at how dominant overall the performance was, and hey, man, it's hard to win in the National Football League.
Get every can't-miss conversation on Seattle sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Want to make 2026 your year of adventure? Book that trip and learn a new language with Babbel. Go ahead, make a resolution you can stick to. Now is the time. Babbel's New Year sale is here. Unlock all of the languages on Babbel with the lifetime subscription for 65% off. Just go to Babbel.com and start today. Babbel teaches you relevant words and phrases, so you can start speaking with confidence in as little as 3 weeks. And because Babbel's bite-sized lessons fit easily into your daily routine and are easy to remember, you'll be talking like a local in time for takeoff. Dive into the world of language learning content with Babbel's videos, podcasts, and stories from around the world, full of culture bites and language learning tips. Turn your daydream into a destination this year with Babbel. But don't wait. This offer ends January 15th. Get Babbel's lifetime access for less at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Sniffles and sneezes got you down? GoodRx is here to help with big savings on commonly prescribed cold and flu meds. GoodRx is free and easy to use. GoodRx is accepted at all major pharmacies like CVS, Walmart, and Walgreens. Just search your prescription, find a coupon, then show your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx is not insurance, but it works whether you have insurance or not. If you do, GoodRx may beat your copay price. Download the free app or visit GoodRx.com to save today.
Talk about stepping up. Bang! Bang! It's time to level up your game. Introducing the all-new ESPN app. All of ESPN, all in one place. Your home for the most live sports and the best championship moments.
The electricity is palpable.
Step up your game with no annual contract required. It's the ultimate fan experience. Level up for more on the ESPN app or at stream.espn.com. Sign up now.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage, no medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Seattle Sports is giving you two chances to win tickets to the Seahawks divisional round playoff game at Lumen Field. Tap the Win tab in the Seattle Sports app or visit the Seattle Sports YouTube page for your chance to win a pair of tickets to the game.
Holy catfish!
That's 2 separate chances to be part of Seahawks history. Details and rules at seattlesports.com/win from the home of the Seahawks.
Listen to the 12th man.
Seattle Sports.
Compassion, communication, results. That's Pendergast Law Personal Injury Lawyers. Go to pendergastlaw.com. That's pendergastlaw.com.
Do you get sinus infections, congestion, sinus pressure and pain, sinus headaches? You've gone to the doctor.
You visit urgent care over and over again, and it's always the same thing, right? Oh, I know. Let's try antibiotics and some nasal sprays. But they just keep coming back. You may suffer with chronic sinus infections. The good news? Relief is possible. How? A minimally invasive procedure called the Sinusoft procedure, available only at the Modern Nose Clinic. Imagine a procedure so delicate there are no narcotics. Less cutting means less bleeding, so no packing, and no operating room. The Sinusoft procedure is designed for the clinic. If you suffer with chronic sinus infections, facial pain, pressure, and congestion, find out if the Sinusoft procedure, available only at the Modern Nose Clinic, is the solution for you. Call and set an appointment today. 206-388-2770. 206-388-2770. That's 206-388-2770.
Now is your time to get into a new D.R. Horton home by taking advantage of its National Red Tag Sales event going on right now through January 25th. Stop by any of its participating communities and find select Red Tag homes at incredible pricing. So whether you're buying your first home or looking for an upgrade, you don't want to miss the Red Tag Sales event going on right now. Discover the D.R. Horton difference. Visit drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder and equal housing opportunity builder.
Guys, low energy, low drive, or strength not what it used to be? For many men, it's low testosterone. At Revive Men's Health Washington, start with a free T-Check exam and consultation to get real answers. And this month only, qualified patients may receive 25% off testosterone replacement therapy. Call 206-529-1111 or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Terms apply. Must medically qualify.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Well, very nice of Brady Henderson to join us today. I know he's got a big day. He's going to go conquer. He's going to go conquer a U.S. Open course today. I can already feel it. I see a 72 in Brady's future today. Brady, is that what's going to happen at Chambers today?
Boy, 72 is asking a lot, my friend. If I'm in the 70s, that's a good day, but 72 is probably I got to spend my morning talking to you guys, so all my mental prep that I would be doing, that's out the window right now.
Yes, obviously.
Is Brady a Chambers aficionado like you are, Salky?
I would say so, yeah. I think Brady knows the course pretty well.
Yeah, I knows the course. I got
a question for you guys, though.
All right.
I got a question for you guys, though. How come you never get me on the video? Because every time I'm on, which I love doing, you guys call me on the boat phone, and when I go back and listen to it, it sounds like I'm talking to you guys from the moon.
That's our bad.
I don't think we. Yeah, I thought we didn't think you had. I didn't think you had access to video on the boat.
Yeah, I got running water. I have spotty internet. I have a computer here.
Well, I think spotty internet was probably the big concern there for getting you on video.
Yeah, I can't use the phone and the internet at the same time. One of those deals. You get too busy.
Strong internet connection is one of the precursors for the video.
We were worried if there was an electricity issue, Brady, and then the water, and you might get electrocuted. So we've always tried to be careful of your health.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. You guys are looking out for me.
All right, Brady. Why are we here? Why are the Seahawks here? Give us Brock has asked this question a few times this week. Give us the biggest reason. Why are the Seahawks here?
Gosh, you could go a number of ways with that. Here's the way I will go. They nailed the hire 2 years ago, and that's really crystallizing right now as the Seahawks are sitting at home with a first-round bye as the number one seed, and some of those other teams that hired head coaches in that same cycle are looking for replacements, and some of those teams that already started. And I was talking to another reporter about this. I think it was after the San Francisco game that if they had maybe a less experienced GM and or a more impatient owner, I don't think they would have Mike Macdonald. Because if you remember how that coaching search went, because they didn't get the interview request in, they had to wait 3 weeks, whatever it was, to talk to Mike Macdonald for the first time. So, when they talked to him after the Ravens lost in the championship game, that was the first time they had talked to Mike Macdonald. And I think that, a GM who, or an owner who really would want to have that, situation wrapped up so you're not left with the chair at the end of the song or whatever, I think that they would have kind of panicked a little bit and said, no, you got to hire somebody. And they wouldn't have had the patience to wait out Mike Macdonald. And in the first place, Mike Macdonald or John Schneider wouldn't have had the vision to hire him like he did. And so I would say that's what I would say, is that they're in this position because they nailed the head coaching hire, and a lot of other teams did not.
And what's wild, Brady, is what if Baltimore would have won that championship game?
Yeah.
That
is the what if.
Yeah, that is a pretty big Lefko. Why don't you do that for the what if on you guys' what ifs on your show in the afternoon? Because, Baltimore losing opened that door as late as it was for this all to transpire. So what's been kind of the buzz there this week? Little bit different week. Everybody handles these bye weeks differently. Denver did it very differently than the Seahawks did with the number one seed on the other side. What was kind of the vibe and the feel that you got around the building over the couple days of practice?
Yeah, it had been so long since I had covered the Seahawks when they were on a first-round bye that I forgot how this week normally goes. And I thought that it might seem a little bit more like a regular season bye where, maybe they keep them a day or two longer. But no, they were out there practicing Wednesday and Thursday, practicing outside, by the way, both days, in some, kind of crummy weather. It was, you guys saw it. It was raining on Wednesday. The wind was blowing, and it was in the low 40s on both days. So this is a bye week for the Seahawks, hardly an off week. And, because of the fact that they won't know until Saturday at the earliest who they're playing. It's not like they were running a bunch of scout team looks preparing for a specific opponent because they don't know who they're going to play. So it was really a lot more, from the sounds of it, a lot more, ones versus ones reps that you typically get. And again, we don't watch practice this time of the year or even in the regular season, but from the sounds of it, it sounds like there was a good bit of intensity. So, Mike Macdonald is trying to keep those guys sharp, and he's trying to get them ready for the kind of weather that they might play in now that they've got home field advantage.
3 potential guys could return, right? Cross, Kobe Bryant, and Arroyo. Of those 3, what are the likelihoods on all 3?
I think all 3 of them, yeah. Definitely Cross and Bryant, because from the sounds of it, those guys would have been back even if they had a wild card game this weekend. Arroyo has been out long enough to where, maybe they give him an extra week, but, with the bye, he's going to have the 2 full weeks of practice anyways, or not quite full, but he's going to have basically 2 weeks of practice. So I think definitely Cross and Bryant. And then I would say there's a pretty good chance of Arroyo. And then, they still have 2 more spots for IR guys that they can bring back. So maybe it's Chaz Surratt next week, maybe George Fly. They seem pretty set at running back right now. So, maybe Surratt is a guy that they bring back next week. I'm not sure about that. But
so did Kobe,
yeah,
did Kobe practice? Right. So Kobe did. I saw Charles and video of all of that. Kobe did practice?
Officially, I don't know because we don't get to see. We're out there for the first 5 or so.
Well, when you had your clipboard out there and you were doing your Ferris Bueller roll call and you were looking at numbers.
I definitely was. But the deal is, some of those guys, they don't come out they come out late. They come out after we leave because they're getting taped up or whatever.
Hiding.
He was in the training room when I was standing out there, so it looked to me like he was getting ready to go practice, but I did not actually see him run onto the field.
Can I ask kind of a crazy question? I was looking at highlights through the year and looking at different plays and some of Sam's best plays and some of the guys' different plays. Torrey Horton made a bunch of plays in the first half of the season that you kind of forget. Punt return touchdowns, some red zone explosive touchdowns. What in the world happened to Torrey Horton?
Yeah, it was I don't know exactly what it is other than it was a shin injury, and it was a little bit kind of.
What does that mean? What does a shin injury mean? What like shin splints? Like something to his knee? Like what? Like I've just heard it kind of like hush hush, and then they trade for Shaheed, and it just kind of has been total back burner. But you can't talk about this season and this rookie class without some of his contributions as well. I'm just kind of curious if there has been any scuttlebutt or any detail at all.
No, well, you guys have Mike Macdonald on every Monday. You know how hard it is to get injury information out of it. It's not a whole lot easier for us. All I know is it's shin injury. It happened sometime around that Washington game. But yeah, to your point, he had a fantastic rookie season, and I think 6 touchdowns in the first 8 games. Yeah. And Mike Macdonald, he made it pretty clear that they're not counting on him coming back. He didn't totally shut the door on it, and I do wonder. I'm not saying this to get anybody's hopes up because I don't think it's likely, but the fact that he didn't totally shut the door on it makes me wonder that if he gets, if they make the Super Bowl and you get all of a sudden that extra, week to get ready for that game, I do wonder if maybe there's a chance. That said, they're fine with Rashid Shaheed back there returning punts. Rashid Shaheed filling that number 2 or 3 receiver role, whatever it is. So I don't think they're going to, rush him back. But I do wonder if there's maybe a non-zero chance that he comes back for the Super Bowl if they make it.
You want to weigh in on my crazy theory this morning, Brady? I had a crazy theory, and maybe it's dumb. I don't know. Some people seem to think it's dumb, but I'm not sure they fully understand it. The idea would be that the best thing for the Seahawks would be for Chicago and Philadelphia to win this weekend. If you assume that the Rams are going to win, that you want Chicago and Philly to win as well, so that you play the Rams next weekend when you have your best advantage coming off a bye and they're coming off another game.
No, I that's not crazy, but here's the way I see it. I think the best route for them, I think they're going to play the Rams either in the divisional round or the championship game. And the way I see it is I think they're better off playing them in the championship game, because if you just look at the way the bracket looks right now, if that's the case, they would have had to take 2 back-to-back East Coast trips, right? First to Carolina, which they're going to not have any trouble with, but then probably to Philly against a physical Eagles team with a very good defensive line who's probably going to get to Matt Stafford. So, look, I think the Seahawks and Rams are neck and neck, and you saw it in both the 2 meetings. Like, both of those games could have easily gone the other way. So if they play them in the divisional round, I think that's a coin flip. If they play them in the championship game, again, after 2 East Coast road trips for the Rams and a physical game against Philly that maybe they're a little bit beat up, a little bit tired, I think that's a little bit better than a coin flip for the Seahawks. So, I think that here's my hot take. This is just one reporter's opinion here. I think if the Packers beat the Bears, I think there's a good chance the Seahawks go to the Super Bowl, because that means you have a pretty simple first-round matchup against Green Bay. And then, again, you got an advantage against what I would imagine would be the Rams in the championship round.
Brady, are you of the same ilk? You disagree there with Salk. And I don't think Salk's saying that's what he wants. He just presented it in a good way. And I think it's a viable conversation. But are you like Salk? That when you go to a golf
Probably
course,
not.
you're so excited to find out who your playing partners are that maybe you bring one of your buddies and then you're like, you know what? Here we go. Little golf roulette. What do I have in store with my foursome?
I never really give it much thought, honestly. My thoughts are occupied by
trying to get there on time.
Who's going to run into the pro shop and pay for me? Hopefully there's a bit of a backup on the first tee because I'm running late again. So I never give it any thought as to who I'm playing with.
That's about right. That checks out. I would say that feels.
We're
accurate.
also going to ask G and have a little of this conversation. I'm going to ask you to take off your journalistic integrity hat. Your fan, and you laid it out really well when you filled in for Salk last week. Like, you're not a fan, you don't have rooting interests, like you really can, just like in golf, like you can lock in and do your job. Take that hat off, okay? Take that job off, and just from a human and personal level, who are a couple of your favorite Seahawk players on this team?
And I think you know where I'm going to go with this based on what I tweeted yesterday, but I think Sam is just a good dude. Like, Sam is, and you see it, like, it's very clear the way teammates talk about Sam. They talk about him in a way that, like, he clearly has endeared himself to them. And I think there is, I go back to a word that you talk about a lot with quarterbacks, which is relatability. And I don't think that Russell Wilson had that same ability for, reasons that are well documented. I don't think he had nearly that level of relatability with his teammates. I think for different reasons. Geno Smith, I don't think he had that. He was a very intense, ultra-competitive guy who I think rubbed a lot of teammates the wrong way. That's just not my opinion. That's hearing it from a bunch of people. And with Sam Darnold, you just see a guy who everybody kind of gravitates towards. And I talked to Eric Salbert in the locker room Saturday night. I was just asking him about the season that Darnold had. And the first thing he said was, man, Sam is such a good leader. And I asked him, okay, well, what do you think is the defining trait of Darnold as a leader? And he said, he's just a normal guy. Like, he's a guy that you can talk to, and he's a guy that you want to play for. And I think what he's saying there is that, like, I don't want to put words in his mouth. This is more like my opinion. Like, quarterbacks, and Brock, you know this way better than anybody, they're just different guys a lot of times, right? Because of the pressure of the job, because of the fame, the money that comes with it. They're just different guys a lot of times. And I think the best ones find a way to still be one of the guys. And that's something we heard from Mike McDonald a lot, that Sam is just one of the guys. And there is a relatability factor that I think goes a long way in that locker room. And you sort of saw a little bit of it in a different way with that clip that the Seahawks put out yesterday with, about how he was having some fun with the lookalike that the CBS broadcast found in the stands at Bank of America Stadium. And he signed a jersey for him, and he said he signed it, "My ginger brother," which I think was awesome. And there's just an everyman quality to Sam Darnold that I think really makes him a pretty likable guy in the locker room.
Brady, we're actually out of time, but I got to ask you this anyway, just quickly. If Clint Kubiak leaves, who's the next offense coordinator of the Seahawks?
Gosh, I think that he would take Andrew Janocko, the quarterback's coach, with him if he does leave. So the one guy that comes to mind in terms of internal guys to keep an eye on is Justin Houghton, but I don't know. I mean, they very well may go outside. Mike McDaniel is an interesting name, as a guy with a pretty deep history of running the ball. So that's just two names that come to mind right away. I still think it's more likely than not that Kubiak is back.
Cool. Very nice, short, perfect answer. Thank you, Brady.
Yeah.
You're ready. I think you're gonna dominate the par threes today, just based on the short answer. I feel like it's gonna be the par threes that are gonna be your strength today.
All right, I like that. I'll let you know.
All right.
Let us know, please. Shoot us a picture of the scorecard.
Yeah,
like
like to see how everything's going for you out there. Yeah, exactly. It doesn't happen when I shoot 102.
Hole by hole.
Bye, Brady. Thank you. Appreciate it. ESPN's Brady Henderson live from his boat. We'll try to get him on video next time. Brady's so good looking. You can't, you don't want him on video. It just makes us look bad. There's just no upside there, right?
I mean, the lighting in studio is really good.
It's helpful.
When you were with him at the VMAC,
I'm never doing that again.
I mean, even Divish noticed,
it's just not right.
This is not great for Salk.
It's just not right. Yeah, I try to not hang out with Brady as much as
This
possible.
is like the Eli Manning and Danny DeVito commercial. This is just not good.
Yeah, although I don't know if Eli's a great looker either. Let's do some Blue 88.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88, powered by Xfinity.
We're going to go red, right, tight, close, sprint left, G, U corner, halfback, flat, on one. Ready?
Brock Heward tackles 3 football questions as only he can.
Blue 88.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Say this, though. I mean, facts are facts. Taxes are taxes. I'll say this. That Super Bowl party I took you to?
Yeah.
You were like a main attraction that
That's
night.
true. Have my moments, I guess.
Yes.
Brock, Ross Tucker echoing Rich Eisen?
Echoing Rich Eisen, and actually, in some regards, echoing Brady Henderson right there. Echoing, how are the Seahawks here? He didn't come on our show, but he did go on to say that, this offseason, like Rich Eisen said, and what John Schneider did, deserves a whole lot of credit.
I certainly did not think the Seahawks would be the number 1 seed. I thought they'd probably be, probably somewhat similar to what they were last year, maybe a little bit better. Just feels like everything they did this offseason worked. You think about Emin Worry and just how good he's been. Certainly DeMarcus Lawrence, I feel like he's played better than he did in Dallas the last couple years. Byron Murphy really took that next step, if you will. Offensively, I think I was skeptical that Sam Darnold could play as well in Seattle as he did in Minnesota. I didn't know if that was a one-year Kevin O'Connell thing or if he'd be able to kind of reproduce that. And then I don't know that anybody thought Smith and Jigba would make this much of a leap here in year 3. So it feels like a lot of things have gone right, have gone their way. And when that happens, that's when you have this kind of season.
Okay, so then the real question is then why? Okay, great, Brock. You played neat sound, and you've said all week, and everybody, and Rich Eisen, everybody notices that. Then why? Why did they hit on all of this offseason? I think there's 2 factors to this. I think number 1, and this is what I've heard from John quite a bit, and some of it's his lack of ego and his selflessness, but he would say, you don't understand how good our team is around me. From the scouting at the collegiate level, the pro personnel people, the analytics team we have. We talk about the Mariners a lot, Salk, and all of their player development and draft, and we give, Scott Hunter a ton of credit, and, but it takes the whole community. It takes the village to do something like this. I think that's number 1. And then number 2, the fact that Mike McDonald communicates the way that he does with his staff to the personnel group in that just kind of symbiotic relationship. If you don't, hey man, if you don't know what groceries to get for the meal, really, this is really what I need. And then how is it going to work? You can bring back some very talented groceries, but they don't fit. Mm-hmm. So I think that fit is because of the communication And again, this is what I've heard from people around there. Like, man, John and Mike are on such the same page in their level of communication and detail that then disperses to the rest of the Army that they have, the rest of that village, so they can get the right kind of guys to fit. And it's been an absolute home run off season, both free agency, trade, and draft.
All right, question number 2. All right, Pro Football Focus, Brock. Best, the worst, polarizing? What'd you say? Final grades.
Yeah, final grades offensively were, to me, a bit polarizing. Not necessarily at the top. You would guess a Jackson Smith and Jigba, right? The season he had and everything he did. And then you go actually Ken Walker and Charbonnet. Wow, 2 and 3. Pretty awesome. Sam. I'm choked up. Sam Darnold, number 4. Abe Lucas, actually the best lineman. Charles Cross, not far behind him. What's polarizing, and really polarizing, because I know Morris sent the sound yesterday, the Pat McAfee show, and many others highlighting Brian Baldinger, highlighting this O-line, and in particular, Gray Zabel.
Mm-hmm.
Guess where Gray Zabel ended up ranking on PFF's rankings?
Out of 32 guards?
Out of 34 Seahawks offensive players that registered enough plays to at least have a grade.
28th?
24th. Yeah, 57 grade.
What do they know that? I don't know, man. Like, whatever.
It's just perplexing to me because he ended the season, his final game, with a 90-something PFF grade, which was the best grade of any player in all the league. So, yeah, he was a lot more polarizing to PFF than he was to Brian Baldinger, than he was to Big Ray.
Did he finish behind? Did he finish behind Anthony Bradford?
No.
Okay. Well, then it couldn't be that polarizing.
Pancakes was 30th.
Okay.
He's got to get pancakes going.
Who was
right
behind
way.
him?
Who was behind Anthony Bradford? Christian Haynes.
Uh-huh.
Brady Russell.
Yeah.
Drew Lock.
Yeah.
And then your savior.
Well, how did Drew Lock?
Jalen Milrow.
How did Drew Lock get a bad grade for kneeling down?
Jalen Milrow was last on the list.
Hey, remember Jalen Milrow? Another story for another day. Question number 3. Tom Moore retired yesterday, Brock, your former offensive coordinator, and he basically torched you on the way out. Like, everyone was playing this sound and these comments of him being like, if Peyton goes out, our backups stink. Like, dude, what's up with that?
Squad? Tom, I'm on the ready squad.
Yeah, you didn't think so.
Well, I'm next man up. Anything. Can you give me anything?
Nope.
No.
Didn't even know who you were.
Well,
He didn't know you were left-handed.
So he didn't even look at me in meetings, all right? That is a true story.
Can't even look at
I
you.
would walk in the QB meeting. There's Jim Caldwell at the end of the table. There's Tom across from me. And then Peyton would sit in between Tom and Jim. And it wasn't until Peyton walked in the room that Tom lifted his head to even pay any attention.
Because there was no point until then.
No.
There's no reason to even
None
start
whatsoever.
the meeting until Peyton got there.
So he put me in my spot. He put me in my role.
Yeah.
And in all sincerity, these are 20 great seconds. There was a 10-minute clip. You got to go watch this. If you're a football fan and junkie, it is awesome. It is behind the scenes of a guy that was in the league for 50 years. But for anybody in any position, this is pretty good 20 seconds of counsel of how you endure for 50 years in the NFL.
Everybody has roles, and once you find out what your role is, be the best that you can be at it. There's 6 things up there that can really get you off base: greed, jealousy, boredom, death by inches, bitching, and agendas. And I've always had those in front of me and made sure that none of those caught me.
And it's why he worked in 8 organizations. It's why he won Super Bowls. It's why Tom Brady loved him. Peyton Manning loved him. Baker Mayfield loved him. Like, if you were his guy, you absolutely loved him. If you were his backup, you knew your role. He put you in your role really, really quickly. And in that, he interviewed for one job, Salk. How about that in 50 years?
Crazy.
Interviewed it for the head coaching job one time. Rod Marinelli got it, went 0-16. I think Tom was very thankful he didn't get that job.
Yeah.
And he stayed doing what he knew he could do best.
Is
which being
he
an offensive
the
coordinator.
offensive Monty Kiffin?
100,000%.
Okay, that's kind of what I thought. They are like mirror images of each other, offense and defense.
Although Monty doesn't sound like that.
No, I don't mean
Monty could talk a little bit faster,
but just like the same kind of career, right? Of just legendary, but not head coaches.
And by the way, it turns out a little more detail on that, because I always thought that he would just die on the field. I really did. I thought he would just have a stroke in the locker room or on the field. I did.
Come on.
Many of us did.
Come on.
But it ended up that his wife has an illness, has a health issue, Willie, and for the first time, he's going to go take care of her.
Oh, so when he said he was going to take care of her, that's what he meant.
That's exactly right.
All right. Yeah. There you go. That is today's Blue 88. Excuse me. Why
I may be able to get him on the show now, though. He is retired.
He doesn't know who you are. How are you possibly going to get him on the show?
No, let's tell the whole story. I went back some years later to do a Purdue-Minnesota game up in Purdue. And all the guys were still there, Jim and Peyton. Actually, Frank Reich was an assistant, quality QB coach assistant. And Tom couldn't have been nicer. Like, he just could not have been more affable.
Do you think Peyton had to tell him who you were?
I don't
Peyton's like, hey, Brock's coming.
Well, at Peyton's Hall of Fame deal, I think I sent you the picture at Peyton's Hall of Fame deal. He didn't hardly look at me and certainly didn't smile at that time. So if Peyton was around, he didn't know me at all.
He only had eyes for Peyton. Sorry, I only got eyes for 18. Pretty funny. Okay, G's coming in. I don't see him yet over there, but I'm sure he's here. And he said he's been dying to come in. So
I think Lyle said he's waiting outside the door.
So it's been a month.
Of course he is.
He knows you're almost to break. He needs to come talk to you.
It's a month since we've had G in the building.
And honestly, what was everything going on with Damon Williams and Utah? He's going to be insufferable. So stick around. That's coming up at 8:30. Phone calls at 9:30. Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
The Seahawks aren't just the top seed in the NFC and a Super Bowl betting favorite, but Bump, you said if they play like this, they can actually win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, they can get it, man. Look, this is what you do. You run the football. 39 times they ran that thing. 180 yards on the ground. You had some explosive plays in the pass game, and this defense was smothering.
Bump and Stacy, only on Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Did you know in Washington State, you can see a physical therapist without a referral from your doctor? That's right. Thanks to Direct Access, you can skip the wait and get the care you need right away. Shannon O'Kelly, how has Direct Access changed the game?
Direct Access for us, Brock, is a game changer. Why? Is because there is so much research and data out there that says if you get in early when you have a musculoskeletal problem or an injury, the earlier you get in and we can start care, the better outcomes and the decreased downstream cost, okay? So it's so important. Our providers are all doctors of physical therapy. They're all trained to identify situations and problems. They've got the skill, they've got the talent, they've got the knowledge. If you get in and start therapy early, we're going to get you back to activity, pain-free, and moving and having fun.
Fast, easy, effective. Direct Access is your path to better movement, starting with a single step. Visit irgpt.com to schedule your appointment today. irgpt.com.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit muckleshootcasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot. Yay to Bruce, the streaming king. With quantum fiber internet, he's gonna binge. He wants more, he's got to have more. More bedtime true crime. More podcasts in the shower. Quantum fiber Wi-Fi has the power. More fast internet speed. He's got the gigs to go big, bring him the game. Right now. And his royal we. More sports non-stop, his quantum fiber's on top. Yay to you.
Switch today at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service, and speed in select locations only.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Meet Lee Platts, a renter whose possessions fill not only her apartment, but also the darkest corners of a mini storage unit. A land of both truth and fiction. Truth, everything inside is protected by Progressive. Fiction, one day Lee will fit into her clothes from senior year of high school. Renters, discover coverage for what you love and what you can't get rid of in Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Take the next step to becoming a Seahawks season ticket holder. Join the season ticket holder notification list to secure your spot in line. By signing up, you'll be the first to know when space becomes available on the official Blue Pride wait list. Plus, receive team news, special ticket offers, and more. Visit Seahawks.com/season tickets to sign up today.
Hey Hawk fans, Jake Bobo. Stormy weather is here. How's your roof holding up? Give Techline Roofing a call. With the strongest warranty in the business, Techline has you covered. That's Tekline, roofing.com. Trust Techline.
Now is your time to get into a new D.R. Horton home by taking advantage of its National Red Tag Sales event going on right now through January 25th. Stop by any of its participating communities and find select Red Tag homes at incredible pricing. So whether you're buying your first home or looking for an upgrade, you don't want to miss the Red Tag Sales event going on right now. Discover the D.R. Horton difference. Visit drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder and equal housing opportunity builder.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get his freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to see you on manager.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Hello! 425 saying insufferable. I, for one, am very interested to hear the family-friendly, radio-compliant analogy that G comes up with and relates to his own personal experience for Damon, the Seahawks, and maybe even the Kraken. You never really know where they're going to start or end, but I always love the journey he takes us on. Yep, enjoy the journey. Always a good thing to do.
And based on that little break, it's going to be a wild ride.
You never know. Never know what direction that's going to go.
And it has been about a month.
Got the opportunity last night, Brock, to meet Stacy's new dog, Lukey. Beautiful, beautiful greyhound with a very nice, kind, sweet face and disposition. Poor dog, as Stacy said, is going to be having a constantly evolving and changing wardrobe as she just dresses him up, but like a doll. But other than that, great dog. And just wanted a quick shout out to Bump and Stacy and Curtis. Their show just had an absolutely monstrous month in December in all the right ways. So just a huge shout out to their show. It's a great show. Always listen on my way home. Stacy does an awesome job. Bump is a tremendous analyst. I mean, just the whole deal. They got great chemistry. Curtis brings his own unique thing, and just wanted to give a little shout out because it was a really cool moment for them yesterday.
Totally agree. Can I admit something before? I do want to get back to that relatability factor. I thought that was a really wise answer from Brady when it comes to Sam, because you've had a little revelation this week of looking at him and relating to him.
It's kind of the
as a
same type
football
of thing,
player.
right?
Somewhat similar, but I'd like to take a little deeper dive. And then I gotta confess something real quick.
All right.
Because when I hear Greyhound, I kind of think Great Dane.
Oh, very different dogs.
I know. I just put them in the same. Greyhounds are super fast.
I mean, it's because it
And
starts
back there
off the same.
At the old airport there that I had to fly into Hartford a gazillion times. They
Yep.
still had that like Greyhound racing track or something. Some betting.
They used to.
Yeah, they used to have that thing right
Funny,
there.
Heather was just talking about that last night because she's from Connecticut and she was talking about that old racetrack, Plainsville, I think it is, like the Plainsville Greyhound track. They also, when she was growing up, had highlight betting in a few places in Connecticut. And so she was looking it up. It's been gone since 2001. She's like, hey, you know who shot the last great highlight owner in Connecticut? It was like, no? How would I possibly know? It's Whitey Bulger. It's like, oh, okay.
Whitey did it.
I guess
huh?
that kind of
Wow.
makes sense. So
Yeah.
all
But
right.
a Greyhound's not a small dog, right?
No, they're tall. They're big. Yeah.
At the shoulder.
Stop it. I'm not going there. That's not very nice. I was saying nice things about their show and about that. Like, how dare you?
I am too. I'm just curious. Great.
Well, you put me in a position of having to answer it, so then I end up as the bad guy.
I saw the picture. I was just curious at the shoulder height, like Luca or Stacy.
Lukey. Not named after Josh, I don't believe. I think he got that name in Australia, is my understanding.
Yeah.
No, Stacy did not purchase a dog saddle to ride said greyhound. That's not how this went down. Beautiful dog, and it was nice to see that. And Great Danes are much bigger than greyhounds.
Okay, good.
Great Danes are like the biggest dogs. I mean, like they look like horses. They're awesome.
Yes.
Yeah, they're
I think
great.
that would be kind of fun for Stacy, to be honest.
Have a Great Dane?
Yes, I kind of like that.
Have you ever been around Great Danes?
They're enormous.
They're hilarious too.
Yes.
They're really
They're
funny dogs.
so cool, but their lifespan isn't very long, so I wouldn't want one because my heart couldn't
It's like
handle
6 years, maybe 7, maybe. They're great dogs. So we used to take Wendell out to Marymore to the dog park there. One time we were there with like a Great Dane meetup, and he's this little Frenchie bark, like trying to get the Great Danes to play with him. And like I was worried they were going to step on him and crush him. They're all legs. They're flailing all over the place. They were like
really
Mora when she
gentle
runs.
Usually though. Oh,
Yeah.
thanks. No, I'll have you know that my high school track coach said it was more of a Tyrannobird situation.
Tyrannobird, right. I think we actually heard that at some point. All right, so what did you...
Relatability, Salk. Relatability, man. I love that answer for me. I didn't know he was going there. I did see him repost that with Sam yesterday. It was really cool. They did a little like FaceTime where he was able to connect with Stan Darnold out there and sign the jersey for him. And just to, we've said that a lot. And what came to my mind is that many times we talk about following the legend. Right, you don't want to be the one that follows the legend. You want to be the one that follows to follow the legend, right? And I think in this case, honestly, what a home run for Sam. When he looked at the landscape and he saw that Minnesota wasn't going to, go down that road and more than a 1 year or whatever, and he looked at the landscape and I'm sure did his homework and knew John Schneider through all these years, competed in Seattle, West Coast guy, yada yada yada. I'm sure there's a part of him like, man, this is going to be a good fit for me. Because I'm going to get to follow, as Brady said, not to throw further shade, but I'm going to get to follow a couple guys that didn't necessarily major in relatability.
Yeah, it's an interesting idea. It's not that those two guys were bad. I mean, obviously Russ was legendary for a period of time here in Seattle, and Gino had his moments. But in terms of personality, they couldn't have been more opposite to him. And to each other, quite frankly. Like, it's like somehow managed to do three polar opposites from each other. And I wonder if that did play a role. I'm going to guess the money played the biggest role.
So as you go into, money, of course, plays a role.
Mm-hmm.
Was there another team that was going to offer 3 years and $100 million? I don't know. But this is a good team and a great organization. And following that and knowing that, hey, one of my great strengths is my ability to be genuine, like and connect and relatable, and was beloved at SC and was carried on shoulders in Minnesota and was always liked even in competition in Carolina and other places, and could work with Brock Purdy as a backup and learn. I mean, everywhere he's been, he's had that kind of relatability. And it is, I think, one of the factors that when you look at the boom and bust rate of a lot of young quarterbacks, it's not just experience, it's that inability to relate. And, some guys, it takes being broken.
Mm-hmm.
I was listening to Trent Dilfer, actually. He just decided to go back to the high school route, which didn't surprise me based on our conversations at the wedding. And he's like, college football broke me. I mean, it broke me. I lost. It's not my game. Try to develop people, and they go, it's just not for me. But, growth comes in some brokenness many times. You hear that a lot. And that game broke him. And, some of those years in New York and otherwise broke Sam. And not that he wasn't relatable at SC, because he was, and I think this has always been a strength. But I do think, as Brady said, it has just been magnified and exponentially grown with his teammates here, and that locker room just absolutely loves him.
Well, there's no doubt. I mean, you can kind of feel that every time you hear from any of them and kind of the way they treat them, and it's why I'll double down on what I said. What was it last week with Hawk Blogger? Like, I just don't believe this whole thing happens chemistry wise with Gino and DK here. I just don't believe it. And I don't think there's anything anybody could tell me that would get me to believe it. And all of the research I've done behind the scenes tells me that it's very true.
I would say if there was kind of a percentage or more with Gino.
I think that's right. Yeah.
Right?
I'm just putting them together because they both were, dealt in the same offseason.
Yeah.
And they were both Pete guys. I mean, I think it's for some similar reasons, right? They're both pretty polarizing. They're both a little up and down.
What if DK actually had Sam? What if DK, instead of Russ and Gino, would have had a dude on the other end of it?
I still think it would have been hard. Not impossible. You're right. Obviously, it would have been easier because a wide receiver is not a quarterback. But how
they're a little more dependent on the leadership around them.
But how nice has it been to just not have any of that headache at all? Who was pointing out? Were you saying the other day that the Seahawks are the least penalized team in the NFL this year? Were you saying that?
No, the Rams, I believe, are the least penalized team.
But Mike was talking about how the Seahawks haven't had a lot of those dumb penalties. They've had a couple taunting ones, but generally they've actually been at not bad times. They just haven't had penalties. You're like, oh my God, I can't believe you just took that penalty in that moment.
Not emotionally hijacked.
Yeah, and I don't think that happens if DK's still around because he pretty easily get emotionally hijacked. All right, let's.
Titus asked me that last night because I said that about Mario Cristobal, the coach Salk in Miami. I mean, madman. He's a madman.
Really?
Oh my gosh! They scored. This coach tried to hug him, and he literally tried to toss him in the third row. And then at the end of the VRBO count, he was just done. Can we he just has no, and especially now with the success and playing for a national title and all of that, he suffers no fools, and he is an O-line coach, maniac, madman. And I said, Titus, that's emotionally hijacked. Look at him. He's so mad. He has lost his ever-loving mind and is seeing red right now. It
worked for him last night, that's for sure. All right, it's a Football Friday, powered by the Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. We'll come back with everything you need to know. And then G. Scott with his, who did I call unique the other? Oh, Grant Cohn. G's unique in his own right. He'll be in at 20. It's Brock and Salk Sports on 710.
The one and only Mark Schlereth with Wyman and Bob.
Could have been a bigger butt whipping, but the score didn't really tell you how one-sided it was.
With a depleted defense, you should be able to put up more points, but the two teams know each other exceptionally well. Robert Saleh is a damn good coordinator. I guess I just looked at how dominant overall the performance was, and hey, man, it's hard to win in the National Football League.
Get every can't-miss conversation on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Amy Cox did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. And with that money, she decided to treat herself to an anti-aging red light mask. Will she look like a horror movie villain every night? Yes. Will her boyfriend Kevin be scarred for life? That's certainly a risk. But it's Amy's savings, and if she's willing to risk her relationship for smooth, wrinkle-free skin, well, bye-bye, Kevin. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit muckleshootcasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Touchdown! Seahawks! Ken Walker III!
Get everything Seahawks at seattlesports.com.
What does VA mean to me?
A place for my daughter to call home. Thanks to the VA Home Loan.
A new lease on life. The best healthcare team I've ever had is here at VA.
And education, and the opportunity to open doors I never thought possible with my GI Bill.
The financial support I need to manage the disabilities I developed because of my service.
Get what you earned. Visit choose.va.gov.
Not all veterans are eligible for the type or amount of benefits mentioned here.
Now is your time to get into a new D.R. Horton home by taking advantage of its national Red Tag sales event going on right now through January 25th. Stop by any of its participating communities and find select Red Tag homes at incredible pricing. So whether you're buying your first home or looking for an upgrade, you don't want to miss the Red Tag sales event going on right now. Discover the D.R. Horton difference. Visit drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder and equal housing opportunity builder.
Guys, if your energy is low, your strength isn't what it used to be, or your drive feels off, it's not just getting older. For many men, it's low testosterone. At Revive Men's Health Washington, you can start with a free T-check, exam, and consultation so you get real answers about your testosterone levels and overall health. And this month only, qualified patients may receive 25% off testosterone replacement therapy. This isn't guesswork or one-size-fits-all treatment. Revive specializes in personalized, closely monitored testosterone care designed to help men feel stronger, sharper, and more like themselves again. With over 120,000 patients treated since 2011, Revive Men's Health is trusted for results, not hype. If you've been putting this off, now is the time to act. Claim your free T-check and consultation and see if you qualify for 25% off TRT. This month only. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Terms apply, must medically qualify.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Our wild card weekend starts tomorrow, Brock, and for the Seahawks and their fans, pretty stress-free, man. Just sit around, watch football, have a good time. Don't worry too much about it. And whoever shows up here the following week, that's what comes up next. The only thing we know for sure is that if Green Bay wins tomorrow, they are the opponent. That's definite. If they win, they go to Chicago, where they've dominated for a long time. If they do that and win, they'll be coming here. But this Bears team's a little bit different, coach and Ben Johnson. Colston Loveland, his young tight end's pretty impressed.
He just hit it on the head. I mean, he's like, it's another season, so you guys better have more energy, better energy than we had last season. And like he said, if you're not after the game, he said, if you're not prepared to play the next 5 weeks, if you're thinking about anything else, thinking about booking flight, vacations or anything, don't come in. So he made it very clear about what's at stake and what this team is looking for.
Yeah, as I just kind of wrote these things on my notes here, Salk, schedule-wise, this also is advantageous for the Seahawks because you can know right away. You can know on Saturday, giving you that much more time to prepare that extra day. And does it matter? Yeah, actually kind of does matter. I think for players and for coaches and everybody to know what the next battle is. By the way, the weather in both those locales, not good. Going to be wet in Carolina as it was the last time that the Rams went there and fumbled and bumbled and stumbled their way to a loss. And you could have 45-mile-an-hour winds in Chicago. I've been there.
That'll be entertaining.
I honestly walked out of the hotel one time we played there. And I think actually this is when I was covering the Seahawks in radio. And I was like, never again. I never want to do this again. This is the most pain I've ever felt. it was like sub-zero with the winds.
It's
and
so
it was
funny,
just,
too, because the whole idea of it being the Windy City is not because of the wind there. It's because of the politics and all this other stuff. But it really is windy. Every time I've been there in the winter, it's like death. It's just like, oh, my God.
And it comes off the lake like
It's
this.
so cold.
With some mixture of rain and snow. Like,
it's awful. But yet, it's such a cool city. So, anyway. That is the biggest game, followed, of course, by San Francisco. And then, Hawks would take on, if both the Eagles and Bears win, it would be the winner of Rams-Panthers. Look, it's like a 10.5-point spread, but the Panthers did beat them. Sean McVay says things would have to be a little different this time.
You know, the things that are the most important that are reflective is being able to, get off the grass defensively. They were able to maintain and get some big conversions, and they did a great job. Like I talked to you guys about after that game, they made the plays to be able to win the game, and we came up short. And we had our chances, but there's a lot of learning ops. But we do have a very clear understanding of what's going to be required for us to be at our best, to do the things that are necessary first and foremost, starting with ourselves, and then geared towards the opponent and the schemes.
Here's the second thing you need
I'll just
to know.
say quickly one little thing on that. That was their first game without Devontae and Quentin Lake.
Mm-hmm.
And they get both those guys back.
Yeah.
Like, that would be the equivalent of Jordan Love and, JSN/Rashid. Like, that is
Love.
a Julian Love. That is a
God,
big,
what would the
big deal.
Seahawks do with a game without Julian Love? Oh, they've had a ton of them, and Ty Okada comes in and plays great. Damon Williams, that story is continuing to evolve. Maybe it's now kind of over. He is recommitting to UW, and Jed Fish is welcoming him back with open arms, and he's apologizing for the timing with the memorial service. G. Scott will come in here, Brock, with some thoughts. in
Yeah,
about 10 minutes.
what they would hope for the most is it is over. And that internally they can mend a lot of the hurts and a lot of the fences. And people are like, well, you didn't see any players come out on. I'm like, come on, man. They were pretty pissed. That's a pretty selfish move.
Yeah.
Especially after you'd already negotiated the deal, especially after you'd already been tampered with, especially when the hay was in the barn, and then you're going to try to unlock the barn to throw more. Like, yeah. And coaches and honestly, like the people that commit those millions of dollars, Salk, I think those are the ones that, from what I can feel in the social realms and the people I know, those are the ones that are the most like burned. And what am I doing here? I'm donating millions of dollars. I'm committing my resources.
Yeah, I don't blame them.
And you're going to.
The whole system is so stupid. It really is. It's just a dumb system.
You know what? That's really well said.
Thank you. I try.
Just leave it at that.
Well, the system is drawing big ratings. Did again last night. Carson Beck scrambling for a touchdown with just 18 seconds left as Miami wins and beats Ole Miss 31-27 the final. And now the Canes will await the winner of tonight's game between Indiana and Oregon.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Kraken didn't win, but their point streak continues. Brock, slow start, didn't play well in the first two periods, came alive in the third, and so they end up in a 2-2 draw after regulation. Adam Larson, Matty Beniers, both had goals. Vince Dunn with an assist on both of them. Anyway, they couldn't finish the job. They fall in overtime. I thought Riker Evans made a little sloppy mistake in the offensive zone, cost them on the defensive zone. So they lose 3-2 in overtime, but get a point. Philip Grubauer was very good. A bunch of the Seahawks were there. He saw A.J. Barner and Charles Cross and some other guys just hanging out. I like how this has become kind of a thing.
Zabel had to be there too, right?
I don't know. I didn't see. The only guys I saw were those two, but I'm not sure who else was there.
I imagine Zabel was there.
Why?
Zabel looks like a hockey watcher.
I don't know.
Just
Charles Cross is wearing a 67 jersey. He looked like he was pumped. He looked super into it. I mean, he just got $75 million guaranteed. Why wouldn't he be in a good mood? He's like, boys, drinks are on me. Kraken sit tied for second place with Vegas. They'll be on the road now, starting Carolina tomorrow. And that is everything you need to know.
Brock is right. Curtis Crabtree posted Charles Cross, Gray Zabel, Eric Sauber, and A.J. Barner.
Yeah,
there you go.
Sauber, Barner. Yeah, that feels right. And what did you just text us, Lyle? Salk.
No Ketel Marte. Sad news. Ketel Marte will remain with the Diamondbacks this season. According to Ken Rosenthal, he will not be traded. Well, we'll see. I mean, Ian Rappaport said that everybody hated John Harbaugh, and Adam Schefter did not agree with that report. I'll tell you that much. Did you hear any of that?
I did. What did you think about, honestly, what did you think about all the guys, save for Bryce, getting done in arbitration? That
That's good
resonated
news.
all in any way? That's good news, right?
Yeah, I mean, the Mariners have been pretty good with that in general. They've not had a lot of arbitration cases. They've been pretty good with kind of coming up with it. And Randy, this probably could have been a need to know. Randy Arozarena, they ended up getting him for a couple million less than anybody thought. So that's some good news as well. It was only like, what?
How about Detroit? That's pretty classy.
15.5 million for Randy? That's a
How
little
about
savings.
Scooble? How about our guy? Bring him home. How about classy was that?
Well, I didn't see it. What happened?
Oh my God! Well, Scooble's representatives asked for $32 million,
right?
And the Tigers put out $19 million.
Come on,
they're only $13 million apart.
Well,
$19 million.
So they're going to go to arbitration now with that?
Yes.
So he's either going to get 32 or 19. There's no in between. Yeah, that's the way arbitration works. So when you go to arbitration, as he will and Bryce Miller will, there is no
And Bryce was 2.2 versus 2.6.
Right. So okay, they'll figure. The difference is not that extreme. But if you go to arbitration, the arbiter does not set a new price in between. That's not an option. He chooses one or the other. Each side makes their case. I'm worth I'm worth 30 million, 32 million. You're only worth 19 million. So they both make the case to the arbiter, and then that person decides between the two arguments. There is no middle ground.
I think both sides honestly look a little ridiculous in the whole Scooble thing. Because if I'm not mistaken, I think $19 million is the most a pitcher has ever been offered in arbitration.
Okay.
As far as
I thought somebody got 25 last year, no? I thought somebody...
Shohei got 30, but obviously Shohei's a unicorn. He's different.
All right.
But this may also be Scott Boras tomfoolery asking for insane money.
But you don't. There's a reason not to ask for. You don't want to ask for that much because if you're way out of line, you lose.
We're way off clock, and we got G. Scott for crying out loud.
Maybe there's a reason for that. G will be in next on Brock and Salk.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
The Seahawks aren't just the top seed in the NFC and a Super Bowl betting favorite, but Bump, you said if they play like this, they can actually win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, they can get it, man. Look, this is what you do. You run the football. 39 times they ran that thing. 180 yards on the ground. You had some explosive plays in the pass game, and this defense was smothering.
Bump and Stacy, only on Seattle Sports, on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
The new year is finally here, and you could kick the new year off right by getting in shape and making Top Fitness your first stop. Hey, Brock, you're here with my friends at Top Fitness, where their stores are celebrating the new year with some great deals. You could take your New Year's resolution seriously with the very best fitness gear there is set up in your home by our professional installers. They sell the best quality products available. Brands like Precor, True, Octane, Inspire, and Hyrox. Come in now and check out the best deal of deals on treadmills. They're Precor 885 treadmills that are lease returns normally sell for over $13,000, now only $36.99, including a full 3-year warranty. This is the same commercial treadmill sold to health clubs worldwide. And every new treadmill, elliptical, and home gym, well, they're all on sale. They got the largest selection of home fitness equipment in Washington, and their staff will show you why. It's no secret why everybody from pro athletes to personal trainers love their stores. Locations in Tukwila, Linwood, and Bellevue, or visit topfitness.com for more info. That's Top Fitness, your best place for home fitness equipment.
Emerald Queen Casino Event Center presents the main event, powered by WFC, Friday night, February 6th. A night of professional boxing where champions are made and every punch counts. Contenders from the region go toe-to-toe, ready to prove they belong at the top. Tickets at emeraldqueen.com. Don't miss Fight Night, February 6th at Emerald Queen Casino, the boxing capital of the Northwest. 21 and older, need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
The Boat Show, the Boat Show, the Big Seattle Boat Show.
The Big Seattle Boat Show. It's the best time to buy. January 30th through February 7th with big selection, big discounts, and big fun for everyone. It's a big deal. Presented by Sundance Yachts and Port of Seattle.
The Boat Show, the Boat Show. You gotta cruise the Boat Show. You won't believe how cool it is. So bring the family.
Details and discount tickets at seattleboatshow.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter. Seattle Sports is giving you two chances to win tickets to the Seahawks divisional round playoff game at Lumen Field. Tap the Win tab in the Seattle Sports app or visit the Seattle Sports YouTube page for your chance to win a pair of tickets to the game.
Holy catfish!
That's 2 separate chances to be part of Seahawks history. Details and rules at seattlesports.com/win from the home of the Seahawks.
Listen to the 12th man.
Seattle Sports.
Want more Seahawks content? Join me, G. Scott, on The Reset. New episodes of the podcast every Monday and Thursday on YouTube or on the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here. When I first met with Trajan Wealth, I love what I got. Straight talk. Not a sales pitch, straight talk. I left the meeting feeling empowered. They're fiduciaries, so their advice is built around what's best for you. I saw the difference, and so will you. Trajan Wealth specializes in retirement strategies for families with $500,000 or more, and they understand that no 2 retirement plans are the same. They offer guidance on a variety of financial objectives, including ways to earn higher potential returns and tax concerns as well. Let Trajan Wealth help you develop a plan that is going to meet your specific financial goals. Start by calling Trajan Wealth today, 206-466-3300. That's 206-466-3300. Or go to TrajanWealth.com. That's TrajanWealth.com.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC. SEC registered investment advisor. Client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
It's game time, and Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton are lining up with a roster that's built to dominate the field. The gas-powered RAV4, built to power through every drive, rain or shine. Or switch up the play with the hybrid RAV4, versatile, efficient, and always moving the chains. The Tacoma, tough, dependable, and clutch when it counts. And now, taking the field, the all-new 2026 Toyota Tundra, redesigned, powerful, and built for the big moments. Whether you're in the north or the south, Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton have your winning ride. Visit ToyotaofKirkland.com and ToyotaofRenton.com.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit MuckleshootCasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot.
This hour is brought to you by Trajan Wealth Management.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
G. Scott's here. Oh, my God. It's been forever.
Come on, man.
What's up?
Come on.
Are you going to be like a
Happy New Year.
Gorilla Glass. Gorilla Glass.
Yeah.
Brock, we come a long way, my boy.
Yeah.
Is this going to be like, are we going to get too much G? Like you've been pent up and now we're going to get all of it?
Yeah, probably so. All
right.
First, kind of shameless plug. Go to the Reset. Make sure you subscribe. Get a lot of awesome episodes that are there. Reset on YouTube. Subscribe there, right there.
Who's the most recent guest?
Let's see.
Brock and Salk? No, still not invited.
JSN 3 weeks ago.
Oh, he's
getting ready to come back.
How was that Richard one? How'd that Richard one go?
Richard was good. Yeah,
Richard was good?
Yeah, Richard was solid.
Man, Richard got to get a new haircut, G. G, you got to get a new haircut. You and I experienced it, right? You were in the facility, so was I. I was on the Stairmaster next to him, looking at one of my heroes growing up.
You talking about Jerry Rice?
Yeah.
Dog. Hey, let me tell you something. Every time I see Jerry Rice, I think back to 22, 23 years ago. And I was like, oh my gosh, that's Jerry Rice.
And man, my man walked down, and I was at the facility, Northwest College out there in Kirkland. My man came around that hill. I said, oh, Lord. His braids started at the middle of his head, and he had on penny loafers with no pennies in there. And he had floods on. He had mom jeans on. It almost looked like his jeans gonna give him a yeast infection. I said, Lord have mercy, Jerry Rice. Jerry! He was the most uncool person I ever seen in my life.
G, we've come a long way. Can I ask you a question?
What we
before you got most recently married, did you ever do any of them dating apps?
What you mean? That's how I met my wife.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Which app did you meet her on?
Match.
Okay.
Match.com. It was when I just got off work, and I put my profile together, and I put a little something out there. And then when I got to the house, and I was living in Sammamish then, I pulled up to the house, and I saw this. I thought, oh, man, that's a good-looking Asian guy.
Because I was curious.
You know what I mean?
I was curious.
Oh, am I allowed to say that? I mean,
of course you are.
I don't think so.
She's
Yeah,
Korean.
yes, you are.
That's my wife. I can call her what I want to. She's a Korean.
Yes.
Hey.
I saw this
Can I?
Korean lady. Huh?
Can I call her what I want to?
I mean, you can. Hey,
So anywho,
yeah,
I
go
asked that question because when you're on those dating apps,
Yeah.
that Jerry Rice story just kind of reminds me of that. Like you're waiting for your date, like, oh man, I can't wait. I'm at the restaurant or I'm waiting or, wherever you're going to meet.
Yeah.
How many times does the profile pic in the image in your head match what walks through the door?
Man, it's funny you say that because even after I met who is now my wife now, I saw her and I was like, ain't no way in the world she looks like that, right? So, and then plus it was too easy, right? She was like, oh, okay, hey, let's meet for coffee. And I was like, I don't know about this. So shout out to Puyallup, right? You like this, Brock. Shout out to Puyallup, Anthem Coffee. Anthem Coffee, downtown Puyallup, right? Great coffee, but I didn't know about the coffee, and I wasn't going for the coffee. A lot of times you don't go for the coffee. That's a ruse. Anyway, I showed up.
You stopped by Happy Donuts?
No.
You stopped by Happy Donuts? Best
So
friend
I
in
went
the world.
went down to
Best in
Anthem,
the world.
Anthem Coffee. I pull up. I got on shorts and a T-shirt because I'm like, ain't no way in the world she looked like her pictures. Man, she called up. She walked up in there, Mike Salk. I said, damn.
Yeah. I mean, I've met Lily. She's a beautiful woman. I say that with all respect.
Yeah. So, and she started looking like
And that was before you knew the kind of banana bread she could make.
That's what I'm saying. Before I knew she can cook or anything like that.
Before you even knew any of that.
So, anyways.
I'm just impressed. I'm impressed you didn't meet her at Trader Joe's because I know you were going through Trader Joe's streak for a while.
Right?
Yeah.
And by the way, if you're single, go to Trader Joe's cheese section and wine section.
That's the way to go. All right, can we please? We got so much to talk about today. We got to get to Damon Williams. I want to start with the Seahawks. And the Seahawks, where they're at. I know Brock has more of a serious Seahawks question for you about how this whole thing turned, but I'll start with kind of giving you the question you gave me on your show a couple of days ago. You asked me to name my favorite Seahawk on this team. Mm-hmm. It took me a little while, and I essentially couldn't really answer between Leonard Williams and DeMarcus Lawrence. They've really become my two favorites on this team. I'm taking Jackson out because that's not fair. That's your guy.
No, Brock said three.
Oh, okay. But you see, I'm taking Jackson out. We all know Jackson's your favorite, so give us three other than Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Okay, fair.
Give us your three favorite non-JSN Seahawks this year. Whether it's to watch or to talk, whatever it may be.
The first one is going to be Reek Woolen. And
wow.
let me
talk about coming a long way.
No, let me tell you. I was Reek Woolen's harshest critic.
Nah.
Were you there too?
Brock's pretty hard on her.
Yeah.
Lyle, tell G what happened.
Well, I was a Reek Woolen critic, and especially, I mean, when I think about Reek and I think about his the way he has matured, the way he is playing the game, I always remember that image of when the last game that Pete Carroll coached, and if you guys remember, it was against the Arizona Cardinals, and he went to go grab his, you know what, and at the very end of that game, I was so mad and I just felt like every Reek.
That was before all the cigars being smoked in the locker room.
Funny how they like cigars now, huh? Anyway, so Reek Woolen, the way Mike McDonald and his team and the way he has come together, that Reek Woolen's going to get a big paycheck. So he's my favorite because I love a young man that fights through adversity the way he did. The second one is going to be Cooper Kupp. Cooper Kupp in his leadership and what he has meant, not just to the wide receiver room, but to the offense and to the team in general. whatever happens this season, and I'm quite sure in years to come, telling you, Cooper Kupp is the person that, man, he is so huge for this team. And the other one is you, Mike Salk, what you said. It's Leonard Williams. Leonard Williams is to this defense exactly is to what Cam Chancellor was to the defense. I'm talking about a true bona fide leader, one that all the other guys can look up to. Why do you guys think Byron Murphy is so unbelievable right now? Because he has an incredible leader in that D-line room. So those are my three.
I mean, you might argue two incredible leaders. I mean, Jaron Reed's been a pretty good leader for a long time, right? And has some of that in him as well. So, yeah, pretty cool.
I got some of that dog in him too. Okay, so that's the fun end of it. Now the serious
That's a
part
good answer,
is,
by the way, G.
Oh,
that's a good answer. I like that answer.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's a good
You and I
trade.
had some back and forth over the offseason.
Yep.
And, you were a bit perplexed when I said this could be a double-digit win team, and I expect them to take a next step. And you just kind of looked at me like I had a third eye right between my two wide-set eyes, like, you crazy? No way. So, A, I guess, how did that happen? And then B, was there a turning point for you where you were like, ooh, this thing is real?
Yeah, well,
This thing
first,
could be
let
real.
me just
It could
say
be
it.
the one seed.
Brock Hewitt told everybody and me that the Seahawks would win 12 games at least this year. And I was like, you're crazy. I didn't believe it. Matter of fact, I barely had the Seahawks. I didn't even have them at 10. Okay. Second, when do I think things turned around for this team? I just had this conversation with some players on this team about this topic. Things turned around for this team against the Rams. When in the Rams game,
the first or second round?
The first game, right? They lose that game. They're now 7-3. Notice they go 7-0 the rest of the time. In that Rams game, Sam Darnold also throws it 44 times. He never throws it 44 times again the rest of the season. Sam Darnold in that game throws for 4 interceptions, right? It was the way that this team responded to 4 interceptions in that game. They only lose by 2 points, right? You would think on the road against the Rams, you throw 4 interceptions, it's an absolute blowout. I think that was the turning point in this season to make this team be like, oh, throw 4 interceptions, lose by 2 points on the road to the Rams? Okay, bet that. And so I think in life, I think we all can agree, you don't start to turn the corner or make that pivot in life or in sports until you have a real messed up day. I wanted to swear it right there, but you know what I'm talking about.
You could call it a fecal blizzard. I think that's a good way to say it.
Ooh, I never heard that before.
Because that's what that day was. And they came out of that blizzard, right?
Yeah.
To your point, and I think Sam did in a big way. Ooh, he's on it today, so he's been off a month. And unlike you, when you came back from vacation and you were so wired and so angry and so mad and Gorilla Glass like crazy, G comes in here just spitting some of his best fire of the season.
A lot of people are asking me how I'm dressed today, and I just want to let everybody know something.
Are they?
Like, yeah, well, not just one. Wait, but I want to take another shameless plug right now to just say, right now on TV, the best show, this is probably, it not only is the best show on TV, it's the show that has literally changed my life. Landman on TV is absolutely the greatest show I've ever seen in my life. Billy Bob Thornton and Sam Elliott, that connection right there has been life-changing. You know your boy turns 50. I turn in April. Brock Hewitt, don't you turn 50?
Yes, we do.
Let me tell you something. I've had a shift. Man, I'm telling y'all, it ain't one more day, it's one less day. When you wake up every day and you're like, oh, I just one more day the rest of the week. No, you don't. You ain't got one more day. You got one less day before you ain't here no more in this world. So when you get ready to turn 50, you start to look at life totally different. But Landman in that show,
It's changed your life.
it's changed my life, man.
Wow.
Sam Elliott and Billy Bob Thornton be having them real conversations.
All right.
Yes, they do.
I might have to go watch this. That's quite the endorsement.
Have you seen Landman, Brock?
Oh yes, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we're on that every Sunday night. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, people are disappointed in it because you haven't had the killings and the crazy stuff and all that. But you're right.
The real world has enough of that.
All right. Well, speaking of the real
relationships.
world, G, story of the week was Damon Williams, and obviously you are and have been pretty tapped in to the recruiting world and the transfer world and all of it through your time with your son over the last 5, 6, 8 8 years, I guess it is now that's been going on.
Yeah.
What was your immediate reaction when you first saw the Damon Williams post?
Yeah.
And then how did that evolve over the next couple of days as eventually his agent left him, and then he ended up coming back to UW when it was all said and done, tail between his legs?
The thrill is gone. College football is dead. So let's start there, and then we can work backwards. If they don't change anything, there will be less fans tomorrow than there were yesterday. I talked to 2 donors over at Ohio State. They're done. They don't, I mean, the reason.
Because of this or just in general?
Just in general.
Okay.
And I'll get to the Damon Williams in a second. But they're done because if there's one thing, the reason why you become a donor or the reason why you donate or do something for your school is because of the love and the passion that you have for that school. And whatever reason you became connected to that school, that's on you. But then one thing I know about rich people or people in general, they love 3 letters, ROI. Return on investment. What is that return on investment when I'm giving money for an NIL and the kid just goes there and I don't know if that kid's going to play, number one. And number 2, that kid says, I don't want $4 million. I want $6 million. And get up on out of here. And then had the audacity to try to do it with a contract. Now let me go to Damon Williams. Right now there is no group of people that get taken advantage of the way college kids do in this NIL world. They are absolutely getting destroyed. Let's start off
by
with
whom?
Decision makers or handlers or should be agents. Let's start with the percentage first. Okay. In the NFL, there's a cap, between 2 and 3%. In college, they're getting 20%, Mike Salk. 20%.
I'm sure those donors really enjoy the fact that 20% of the money they're giving is going to other rich people.
Okay, so let's start there. Damon Williams, I had put a tweet out there. I said, Damon, this is before he made the decision to come back. I don't know who's in your corner that's advising you, but this is one of those where you eat a fish, or you give someone a fish, you eat for the day. You teach someone a fish, you eat for life. And a lot of these young men right now are missing the core lessons that you learn when you go to college. The adversity, I'm not playing that great. I'm not getting along with this coach. This fan doesn't like me. All of those things prepare you for what you're going to be later on in life, whether it's a better husband, a better father, whatever the case might be. So with the Damon Williams, whatever reason he made that choice, but he pissed off the wrong people. And his agent, Dougie Fresh, we call him, Doug Hendrickson, who, by the way, this is kind of weird, but the fact that the head coach, Jed Fish, and Damon Williams had the same agent, come on now, y'all. I mean, this stuff is weird, man. Yep. This stuff is weird. The head coach, there's no conflict of interest or nothing like that.
But it also sure makes sense why the agent says, hey, I'm out of here, kid. Like, I'm not going to, if my bigger client, who I have years and years of making more money with, is going to say, hey, this kid's screwing us over. Yeah, see ya, kid. I'm gonna stick with the whale.
But look, my son and I, we had a discussion on my show, and I had him on. And one of the things, look, it's easy as a father or him as a kid who's done with college football. It's easy to talk about this now on the other side, right? I don't know what life would be like if my son were offered $4 million at one school, and then at the same time he had an opportunity to make another $2 million. I would love to tell you that I would react a certain type of way, but I'm saying now I know that there's a lot of people that hold on to $1 bills and walk over hundreds. They miss the big picture. So Damon Williams, good for him. I don't think anybody looks great in this. I mean, Jed Fish's wife didn't have any nice comments to say. You gotta, come on now, stay away from that social media sometimes.
So what's next? What do you think? Do you think he can, you talked about Rick Woolen being one of your favorite Seahawks because it was such a redemption story and where he came from, and dude made business decisions. And yeah, gee, I was really hard on him, and
yeah, you were. I was going to say that. I'm glad you said that.
So you like redemption stories? Is there an opportunity to build this bridge back?
Hell yeah! Let me tell you something about the American way, baby. One thing about America loves winners. Winning cures all. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, I'm being serious.
I mean, until we start to hate them. right?
Let me say again, winning cures all, Mike Salk. Like, I mean, we can forgive. We're all. I mean, people have forgiven me. I've messed up in life, right? And usually, what's the best thing that you can do? Go win. Go be better. Go be a better person.
Go to work, man.
Go to
your
work.
head down and go to work.
So that's a good answer on what will happen here. But in terms of what's going to happen with college football and your thought that it's over and.
Well, here's the thing. Right now,
I got to go back to what Joel said, Brock. I'm sorry. I keep coming back to what Joel Klatt said, they're going to have to find a way to collectively bargain. There's just no other way to do this. And in order to collectively bargain, they either need to unionize the kids, or maybe I don't know enough about this. I am not in any way an expert on what it takes to collectively bargain. But I don't know if you could do it with a guild or something along those lines so you don't have to go all the way to a union. But I just don't see any way to do this. If you're going to pay the kids, and they have to pay the kids, then you need to have some rules in place for how just structure. You have to have structure. So that the agents or the runners or whoever they aren't getting 20%, so that there's no cheating, so that you don't have free agency every single year, so that people are getting a return. Like, somebody needs to just figure it out, and the fact that they can't is really sad.
Okay, but the only thing, and here's the thing: if you are someone that loves college football, you have your reasons as to why you love it. Everybody has a different reason. Your grandpa, your uncle, you went to this school, whatever the case might be. The point is what made college football special. What made me as a father work so hard to help my child get in and fulfill his dream was the love of the game and just the connection that college football has. But what's going to happen is this. It's going to become semi-pro. Right now, you guys can look this up yourself. My son just sent this to me. Kansas State, they have a 3-star linebacker, McGuire Richmond. He just got released. Today, I was informed by Kansas State University's coaching staff that they are releasing me. Therefore, I'm immediately entering the portal with 4 years of eligibility remaining. So this is where we are right now. So before, you could get that scholarship and go there, and yeah, it was year to year, but they kept you. Now, you see people like, oh, I'm going to stay. You have to re-recruit every year. Now, are you guys okay with kids getting fired?
Well, but on the other side of it would be, well, hey, if the kids can leave every year, why can't we move on from the kids every year? Right?
Exactly.
I mean, like, when a situation where there's no rules and there's no structure, I really should use the word structure more than rules. It's really about structure. Yeah, of course that's going to happen. Brock, doesn't this need to go in one of a couple directions, right? Like, either it does become semi-pro or you got to collectively bargain it. I mean, I could make you an argument. The other thing they could do that would really help college football is eliminate the entirety of the playoff system and just go back to the old bowls and try to bring back some of the heritage of the whole thing in order to separate it out from other sports like the NFL.
Two things come to my mind. Looking at a picture last night of all the old Hurricanes that gathered down in the desert. And there's Edge, and there's Greg Olson, and there's Jonathan Vilma, right? And there's all these dudes that just are the you. And then there's Cam Ward, who was there for 9 months. I'm like, I mean, how do you think that goes? Like,
Did you see Cam Ward's energy on the sideline? Cam Ward, bruh, you ain't connected to Miami.
That's not fair to Cam Ward. Like, you went to Incarnate Word, and you were much more of a Coug than you ever were a Hurricane. Right, you built yourself up at Wazoo, and then you became a free agent and made a 1-year hit. I felt bad for Cam Ward. Like, that ain't fair to him.
When I saw him next to all the
Michael Irvin, are you kidding me?
Hey, Michael Irvin. That's a lot of
energy.
Does he play in snow before?
That's a lot of different conversations. So that's one end of it. That picture came to my mind. Okay. And number two, I mean, the fact was, Salk, that the NCAA was that entity until the system broke it.
Well,
until the billions were so big and the money was so big.
There's different ways of looking at that, though, because there's a lot of other people, and the argument I've heard is, hey, NCAA said, well, if we can't have absolute power, then we're walking away. We want absolute power or nothing.
NIL, I had this conversation with my son. NIL was supposed to be, hey, you pull up, do an autograph signing. It's okay. Right. You're able to get about, $10,000, $5,000.
Likeness.
But you're not supposed to be living in the same neighborhood as your head coach.
paid for play.
You know what I mean? Like, what does that teach you?
Well, it doesn't. But the other
anything.
side of that, though, is that's what the market says.
Yep.
That's what the market says you're worth. There are a lot of people who are real into the free market until they see how much kids are worth on the free market.
Eventually, what's going to happen is it's on a high right now because the SEC has been neutered.
Right.
They're no longer what they were, and now the field is level. And now Miami's in this thing, and SMU's in this thing, and these teams are in it. But once this high ends, and these big money people realize that this ROI, there ain't no ROI, I'm out.
My last thing before I go, the one thing that most people don't see, that 18, 19-year-old gets $500,000, $1 million. That 18, 19-year-old all of a sudden goes up to the top and becomes the patriarch to the family. So there's a lot of people that says, hey, how come this person doesn't have anyone in their corner to tell them the right way? Because when that person, that 18, 19-year-old kid gets $500,000, $1 million, listen.
Or $4 million.
They become daddy. Yeah. When your mom and dad are now your kids, financially, you have become dad, and nobody can tell you nothing. That's the part that people don't see, and I see this, and I have seen it happen, and it is destroying
I think we might have to start having G on once a month because this has just been great. G, we'll see you in a month. I don't think we can have you on every week after such a tremendous performance today. So
I mean, probably his best, right? Certainly his best at 2026.
It might be.
Go watch Landman.
All right. G. Scott, go watch The Reset, too, and listen to G and Ursula on our sister station, 97.3. Brock will be right back with our final hour for you in review, brought to you by the Seattle Sports YouTube page coming up. And then, of course, open phone lines at 9:30. Oh, I can't wait. I'm on my way to Moses Lake later today. Can't wait. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710, and a Football Friday powered by the Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
The one and only Mark Schlereth with Wyman and Bob.
Could have been a bigger butt whipping, but the score didn't really tell you how one-sided it was.
With a depleted defense, you should be able to put up more points, but the two teams know each other exceptionally well. Robert Saleh is a damn good coordinator. I guess I just looked at how dominant overall the performance was, and hey, man, it's hard to win in the National Football League.
Get every can't-miss conversation on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit muckleshootcasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot. Guys, if your energy is low, your strength isn't what it used to be, or your drive feels off, it's not just getting older. For many men, it's low testosterone. At Revive Men's Health Washington, you can start with a free T-check, exam, and consultation, so you get real answers about your testosterone levels and overall health. And this month only, qualified patients may receive 25% off testosterone replacement therapy. This isn't guesswork or one-size-fits-all treatment. Revive specializes in personalized, closely monitored testosterone care designed to help men feel stronger, sharper, and more like themselves again. With over 120,000 patients treated since 2011, Revive Men's Health is trusted for results, not hype. If you've been putting this off, now is the time to act. Claim your free T-check and consultation and see if you qualify for 25% off TRT. This month only. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Terms apply, must medically qualify.
Stacy here. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, and when they resell it, they share half their profit with you. That's right. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, Isuzu, and Auburn. They'll pay you today for your car, and once they resell it, they'll share half their profit with you. WayscarFord.com.
Want to make 2026 your year of adventure? Book that trip and learn a new language with Babbel. Go ahead. Make a resolution you can stick to. Now is the time. Babbel's New Year sale is here. Unlock all of the languages on Babbel with the lifetime subscription for 65% off. Just go to Babbel.com and start today. Babbel teaches you relevant words and phrases, so you can start speaking with confidence in as little as 3 weeks. And because Babbel's bite-sized lessons fit easily into your daily routine and are easy to remember, you'll be talking like a local in time for takeoff. Dive into the world of language learning content with Babbel's videos, podcasts, and stories from around the world, full of culture bites and language learning tips. Turn your daydream into a destination this year with Babbel. But don't wait. This offer ends January 15th. Get Babbel's lifetime access for less at Babbel.com. That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
Happy New Year, Susan. I really appreciate you picking up the bill for lunch.
I'm happy to. One of my New Year's resolutions is being better with money. So I've started using Upside, the free app that pays you cash back for buying gas.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I earn cash back just for buying the gas I was already buying.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make $200 to $300 this year.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now in the App Store or Google Play and start earning cash back on everyday gas purchases. Use promo code RIDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's up to 50 cents per gallon on your next fill up. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code RIDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code RIDER. Code RIDER. Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it today to cars4kids.org. Call 1-877-CARS4KIDS. Donation is super easy and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call 1-877-CARS4KIDS to donate your car today. That's cars with a K.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year business boost and get a 5-year price lock on ultra-reliable Wi-Fi. Plus, ask about a $500 prepaid card. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/22/26, new customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees. That's Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour is brought to you by Davis Law Group.
Get his freaking auto! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke Heward. And Brooke Heward.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, final hour of our week, Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports here on 710 seattlesports.com. Shout out to Maura and Lyle for helping out this morning. Appreciate them handling the 6 a.m. hour, which was awesome. Gave me a little bit of time to get myself ready to go to Moses Lake later today, Brock. A little hockey tournament action. Looking forward to that. So, yeah, that's kind of where we're at. Maura, that did work. Thank you. Appreciate it. And generally, Brock, this is what we do for our final hour on a Friday. We go back to some of the great interviews that we've had over the course of the week. And in case you missed something, you can always find all of it on YouTube. Most of these are on video as well. And let's give you For You in Review.
Brock and Salk present For You in Review.
Time for our weekly chat with Jeff Passan from ESPN. We've got Joel Klatt. Good morning, Joel.
Let's talk to Coach McDonald. This is For You in Review, brought to you by the Seattle Sports YouTube page, where you can find the full version of every interview.
A lot of me in that open, Brock. Not kind of too much, I think. In any event, let's go back. We'll start on Monday as we do with Mike McDonald. As we've said a few times, really enjoyed the Mike McDonald interview this week and asking him about the chemistry that this team has and some of that chicken and the egg theory of which comes first, the chemistry or the winning. He's pretty definitive in his answer.
I think it's pretty clear. I think you have to have those habits and those connections in order to win. You know, it's just it's a function of time before that's going to show up. I don't know if I would agree with an argument if it's the opposite. You know, like there's a phrase out there like you have to kind of become a champion before you're a champion, something along those lines, and that really resonates with me. And our guys have done that, and it's hard to have that faith, like it's you have to have faith in that process. Like you have to go through those things and do all those daily habits, daily actions to really build that foundation, not having a W in the win column, and just having faith that it's going to come to life with the results, and our guys did it.
This may or not surprise you, Salk, but I had a book given to me in high school and had all sorts of great legendary quotes from teams and coaches and players. And one of them that stuck with me along those lines was about vision. And that was, if you don't know where you're going, how are you going to know when you get there? Mm-hmm. If you never set a vision, right? And it doesn't have to be some vision statement. Many times in this day and age, some of those things, like you put them on a wall or whatever, this generation doesn't really, but you've got to make it abundantly clear through your language and through your consistency that this is where we're going and this is how we're going to get there. Now, it does take some faith, and it does take some flexing of that faith and those steps. And then guess what? A win confirms that. And another win reaffirms that. And another win and another win. And this thing gets rolling, and all of a sudden you're 14-3 in the number one season.
Yeah, and it probably speaks then to how cool it is that they lost the first game of this season, right? The way they did, and didn't start off that hot, but to get to where they are now and to get all that buy-in. And that's really what he means. When Mike says faith in this case, what he means is buy-in, and it's worked out incredibly well. All right, let me buzz through these. Daniel Jeremiah joins us, of course, on Tuesdays at 8:30, and there was a lot from DJ this week, Brock. We went through his 3 top reasons why the Seahawks are where they are. You can go find those again on the YouTube page, but I don't know, this quick one just kind of jumped out to me because I love the language.
I wrote down on 0, I just wrote down absolute maniac. He plays like a maniac out there. Like there's no football term for that. The guy's he's refuses to be blocked. And it's everyone on that group.
I love that description of DeMarcus Lawrence. He's just a maniac. He plays like a maniac with his hair on fire.
What year is this?
I think that's the thing that's so impressive. He's what, 31? 30, I don't know how old he is. 31, 32, something like that. And he's still a maniac? That is
how many millions in the bank?
A lot. I mean, he made a lot of money in Dallas.
Yes, he has. And that's like, oh, what's love of football? Oh, your body's how many years in this league? Right, we talk about the age of those Great Danes and everything else. Like you're a defensive end and a physical one, and you played how many years in this league, and you got how many tens of millions in the bank, and you play like that, then what does that do? It sets a fire everybody else around you. It's pretty cool.
So that was DJ, and I love it. And DeMarcus Lawrence has become one of my 2 favorite players on this team. And I don't know whether he'll be here long enough to go out and get yourself a 0 jersey, but maybe he will. And if so, I think a 0 DeMarcus Lawrence jersey would be a pretty good purchase heading into this playoff season. Joel Klatt on Wednesday, we asked him if he trusted Sam Darnold. Do you trust Sam Darnold?
No. I'm sorry. That's why I can't.
Just a flat no.
Just no.
Just a flat no. Now, we'll counter that to Bryan Walters, who joined us an hour later on Wednesday.
My trust level is extremely high. Extremely high. It really is. And look, Sam Darnold has played in so many big games in the last 2 years. If you think about it, you don't go 14-3 2 years in a row without playing in big games. Like last season, you look at the Vikings, and they finished the season with 3 conference games and 1 against the Seahawks. That was their last 4 games. Those are all really big games. And, maybe he gets a bad rap for not having a good game in one of those, which I don't even think he threw an interception. But I think, his offensive line was bad last year.
And by the way, that storm we talked about and the G said was kind of the turning point of this season. And record-wise, you could certainly make that case from 7-3 to 7-0. That game he threw 4 picks. How many picks has he thrown in the final 7 games?
2?
4. 4 in the final 7 games. 2 of them against LA and overcame those, right? So, there's a case for both to be made. Can we get to Thursday? Maura, do you have this for Thursday?
Yes.
We did a little special spin around all the NFC games, and for you in review, this was Salk introducing a first-timer to the show. This was
Grant Cohn covers the Niners in his unique way. Good morning, Grant. How are you?
Why'd you have to do that, bro?
Is it not a unique way?
What does that mean?
I don't know.
Like a shot.
It wasn't supposed to be a shot. It was.
Lyle and Moore and I felt like it was a shot.
Lyle, did you feel like that was a shot?
For a first-timer?
Not really.
Thank you. I honestly didn't mean it that way.
You didn't?
I swear to you, I honestly didn't. If you took, if you guys took it that way, that's fine. Or if he
I
did,
kind of felt it that way. Like, this guy's
Oh,
not
no.
really a journalist.
No,
He's really-
that it's unique.
Oh, okay,
it's
good.
it's a modern version of covering a team. I got respect for it.
Oh, good.
He's
okay,
he's built a following, and he does it in his own unique way.
I'll take you at your word.
I'm being serious.
Honestly, and I will take you at
I
your word.
was just disappointed we didn't let Lyle ask him a question, but we were
I
up against the
tried.
clock.
I kind of looked at Lyle like, hey, do you want to get in here? And, Lyle got shy or something.
No,
You never
that's
want to
not
meet your
right.
heroes.
That's not right.
You never want to meet your
I'm
heroes.
supposed to get the sense of like catching an eye during an interview, and Moore and I never ask
We
questions
had mentioned
during
it
an interview.
earlier. I had said earlier, do you want to talk to him a little
You think
bit?
Grant's kind of his hero?
A little bit, yeah.
you
Don't
think Grant's
you?
kind of his hero?
You don't think Grant's like a little bit his hero?
And by the way, DeMarcus Lawrence, he'll be 34 in April.
Dude, that's
so
awesome.
This is his 12th year.
Dude, that's
He'll be
really
34 in
that is
April.
really, really cool. No joke.
Yep.
For him to be out there playing like a maniac, that is very cool. I have this Rich Eisen cut. That's the other. We don't really have time for it now, but just you can go or watch Rich Eisen as well. All of that is available on the Seattle Sports YouTube page, where you should go all the time. You can watch the show live and see how beautiful we are. You can watch the clips later. Every clip, every interview, it's all there. Seattle Sports YouTube.
You know a big
page.
difference between you and I, by the way, when I
is
watch some of these clips back?
Yeah.
And
That
this is
right there is the big difference between you and I.
This is a Sigmund Freud thing.
That you go back and watch them.
Yeah. I mean, I don't watch them in their entirety, but
Okay.
I watch them a little bit, and I'm around my mouth.
Oh, yeah? You do a lot of this?
And you never are.
It's funny because I am in general, maybe just not during interviews.
Yeah, I don't know. You have a lot more poise.
Wow.
You don't look at the camera.
Repose, you think? I have repose?
Oh, you do. No question. But
I'm going to guess you've
pen in
never
my
read
mouth.
Tender as the Night. Have you ever read Tender as the Night?
I have not read
It's
Tender as
such a good book. Lyle, that's F. Scott Fitzgerald, Tender as the Night. If you've never read it, it is an unbelievable book. It's long, and it took me like 3 or 4 tries to get through it. Like the first couple times it didn't quite take. But there's this incredible description in the very beginning of that book of the main character and how he has repose and how he's the only person in this bar that isn't touching his face or worried about this or like he just has such confidence in himself.
That's you on interviews.
Well, that's great, man. That has stuck with me since I was 20 years old. I've always wanted to have someone say that about me. So, Brock, that might be the nicest compliment you've ever paid to me.
You're a man of repose.
Put my hand right there by the face. We'll come right back. We'll give you everything you need to know, and then we'll turn it over to you guys to finish the show. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
The Seahawks aren't just the top seed in the NFC and a Super Bowl betting favorite, but Bump, you said if they play like this, they can actually win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, they can get it, man. Look, this is what you do. You run the football. 39 times they ran that thing. 180 yards on the ground. You had some explosive plays in the pass game, and this defense was smothering.
Bump and Stacy, only on Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Looking for a high school that nurtures both the mind and spirit? Archbishop Murphy High School is where academic excellence meets faith-based education. With a 100% graduation rate and a college prep program designed to challenge and inspire, our students are prepared for whatever the future holds. But it's more than just academics. Archbishop Murphy's robust athletics, arts, and co-curricular activities ensure that every student finds their passion and thrives. Archbishop Murphy High School believes in educating the whole person. That's why we offer a vibrant campus life where students grow not only academically, but also spiritually, socially, and physically. Don't just take our word for it. See it for yourself. Schedule a visit and discover how Archbishop Murphy High School can help your students succeed. Visit am-hs.org. IRG Physical and Hand Therapy proudly supports Archbishop Murphy High School, where your story begins. am-hs.org.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto Repair has been the one locals trust for fast, friendly service with guaranteed repairs. With 16 family-owned locations and a Carfax preferred badge, Bucky's makes it easy with same-day service and available financing. Visit buckys.com.
Olympic Hot Tub's New Year, New You event will help put you on a healthier path in 2026. Enjoy special savings on our entire wellness lineup of saltwater hot tubs, saunas, cold plunges, and swim spas. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
It's a new year, and Aleve is here to help you keep your New Year's resolutions on track. Whether it's a daily walk, hitting the gym, or spending more time with friends and family, Aleve's got your back. With up to 12 hours of body pain relief per dose, Aleve keeps you moving with long-lasting body pain relief so you can chase those dreams and achieve your goals. Don't let body pain slow you down. Keep going with Aleve, because this year is your year. Try Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is the home of the Seahawks.
Going to let one fly deep. Got a man out there. Ball is caught down at the 10-yard line, and it's JSN.
Seattle Sports.
Do you get sinus infections, congestion, sinus pressure and pain, sinus headaches? You've gone to the doctor. You visit urgent care over and over again. And it's always the same thing, right? Oh, I know. Let's try antibiotics and some nasal sprays. But they just keep coming back. You may suffer with chronic sinus infections. The good news? Relief is possible. How? A minimally invasive procedure called the Sinusoft procedure, available only at the Modern Nose Clinic. Imagine a procedure so delicate there are no narcotics. Less cutting means less bleeding, so no packing, and no operating room. The Sinusoft procedure is designed for the clinic. If you suffer with chronic sinus infections, facial pain, pressure, and congestion, find out if the Sinusoft procedure, available only at the Modern Nose Clinic, is the solution for you. Call and set an appointment today. 206-388-2770. 206-388-2770. That's 206-388-2770.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and, of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
All right, Brock, who's going to win these 3 games this weekend? What do you think? Let's start Chicago, Green Bay. Who you got?
Well, in my bracket, I did pick Green Bay, man. I think they have been established. I can't imagine. You hear rumblings that maybe LaFleur, like the message has gone stale, and could they make a change? Kind of the Harbaugh thing, like what?
Huh.
Really? So obviously the loss of their star pass rusher, Micah Parsons, has been a big deal. They've not been able to impact the quarterback. But Caleb doesn't take sacks really anyway. Like he runs out of trouble, and that will be. I can't imagine anyway that game doesn't feel a little bit like last night's semifinal. Like who's got the ball last? I think that's a who's got the ball last. That's what the 2 previous matchups in the regular season.
Like the best game of the weekend, doesn't it?
Ooh, I don't know. There's a lot of really good games. We haven't even talked about the AFC.
I know.
I mean, the AFC with Herbert going and Harbaugh going back to New England with Josh Allen going down to Jackson. Like this is as good a wild card slate, like as level a slate, other than the first one where the Rams are going to beat the Panthers because the Panthers just don't match up. And now Devontae is back, and their quarterback on defense is back. So I would expect the Rams to win. I'm going to pull for the Packers to win, and then ultimately Philadelphia is just too much again in a bad weather environment for a beat up San Francisco.
I tend to agree with that one. I actually, I'm going to root for Chicago. I think Green Bay will win. I'm with you, but I'm going to root for Chicago. I think they're a fun story. I like Ben Johnson. I kind of like Caleb Williams. He's fun to watch. I'll tell you that much.
You rooting for the Steelers? Keep that thing going?
Yeah, I don't think I am. No.
Okay.
No, I'm going to be rooting pretty hard.
Back? I think I am.
Well,
for one guy and one guy alone. His name, Carson Bruner. Go Huskies, go Steelers.
That's fair.
Yes.
I mean, you got a personal connection there. I get that. But no, I'm gonna be rooting for Houston, I think, maybe on Monday night. I think that's how that goes.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Troy Fautanu, right? Starting
I mean, that's all
tackle.
fine.
Yeah.
It's all fine. I wish Baltimore was in it instead. That'd be a lot more fun. Brock, Fiesta Bowl, kind of a classic last night in the desert. How about that? Yeah. My buddy Joel did end up getting tickets for him and his kids, and they were there. He said it was just unbelievable. Such a great environment. And Miami wins. Carson Beck late with the scramble TD.
Second and goal from the 3. Down 3. Snap to Beck. Looking center of the field, nothing. Surveying has nothing. Now he's going to run for it at the 5, and Beck is into the end zone. Touchdown. 18 seconds to go, and Carson Beck trying to run the Hurricanes back home to Miami for a championship game.
Is he an NFL guy?
Yeah, he's an NFL guy. He's an NFL guy. He'll get his chance. Is he 2 years older than JSN? Yes, he is.
Wow.
Is this his 7th year of college football?
Pretty crazy.
Why, yes, it is.
The other kid is old too, right? Prentice?
He is. Chambliss.
Or Chambliss, rather, excuse me. But he's looking for another year of eligibility. He wants to go back again?
Looking for a 6th year. So
Why?
So he can make
more
$5
money.
million
Right,
in 1 year,
yeah.
and then Trinidad become the first-round pick the following year. It's just...
That's really remarkable. I mean, well, not going to be mad at him, though. Like, if someone's going to offer him $5 million.
He is a great kid,
Is
a
he?
great player, too. And how about this? You want to know the state of college football? Those last two guys that were tangling, and a lot of conversation, was it PI or was it not PI? Do you know what they both were? Cougs. Washington State
Is that true?
University Cougs.
No, that's just sad to hear, man. The whole thing is ridiculous.
Rotten.
The Damon Williams story is continued for at least another day as he's now heading back to Washington. I guess he never really left officially. Pete Thamel, I can play some sound from him. I don't even need to. You guys know the story at this
We've
point.
been there.
Beat
We've
it to
done it.
death.
The best thing for him.
All right, let's move on.
And the story is that it moves on.
All right, let's do that for everybody's sake.
Here's the third thing you need to
I
know.
did like the conversation around it this week, though. I thought we had a fun conversation about it with Joel Klatt, with G. Scott, just ourselves. So there's a lot of good stuff. If you want to go back either on the podcast page or Seattle Sports app or the YouTube, whatever.
Can you
there's
imagine
some
if
good
we would have
stuff there.
had that conversation in like year 1
That would have been hard.
of you and me?
Would have been
Or year 2?
challenging. Sometimes it takes some time. Kraken Brock, slow start. Didn't play all that well in the first couple periods, but they bounced back. Scored twice in the third period to get to overtime. Adam Larson and Matty Beniers both with goals, assisted by Vince Dunn. Didn't finish the job, though. They got to OT, but lost. Great comeback, though. Secured a point against one of the better teams in the league in Minnesota. Philip Grubauer was good again.
You know what happens now? Now it gets real. As
Yeah.
kids like to say.
You got to go on the road.
4 games, all on the Eastern Seaboard, a 5th in Utah before you come home. All compressed schedule.
Isn't that how they went on their run, though, a few years ago? Big East
not
Coast
this
trip like that?
compressed, though. Not this compressed.
No, but it was a big East Coast trip
It was.
like that. It's kind of where
100%.
they showed
100%.
off.
Mm-hmm.
They're tied for second with Vegas in the Pacific. And as you said, on the road, starting in Carolina tomorrow. All right,
Okay,
that's everything you need to know.
Let's get to a few of these before you open up the phone lines and ask a bunch of questions.
Yeah.
How about a couple of these AFC games?
Okay.
Not who you picked, just who you're rooting for.
Okay.
Buffalo, Jacksonville.
I don't care, honestly, who wins that
You really
game.
don't?
I don't. I think that's a game where I'll have to start watching it before I realize who I'm rooting for.
Yeah, I just Josh Allen. When we talk about relatability, as Brady said, playing QB in the league is an incubation for getting weird. It incubates weird and distant
And he's
unrelated.
dating famous people and all that.
He got
so
married. He's a married guy.
Right, he's married to a famous person. Like,
He is a relatable dude with all of his fans and the organization and everything else. I
got to say, I've come around, I think, full circle on him because I was not a fan, and it's hard for me not to be at this point. So, yeah, I'll probably be rooting for Buffalo. But
Harbaugh, Herbert, Drake May, Mike Vrabel.
Man, that's another tough one, but I'm going to root for Harbaugh. It's funny. I like Harbaugh and I like Vrabel. I mean, I would have enjoyed both those guys here, as a matter of fact. Again, I'll probably just root for the Chargers.
Yeah. See if Herbert can finally get over this hump. You want to talk about changing narratives. You lose this one and you throw a bunch of picks and you lose to Drake May. Guess what? You're not going to be in that top 5, top 10. Oh my gosh, you're going to have 3 straight playoff blowouts and underperformances and can't do it when it matters. So kind of a big one for him pressure wise. And then we don't have to talk about the Monday night. We'll do that Monday.
I think everybody knows who we're rooting for in that one. It really shouldn't be all that hard. All right, we got to open up the phone lines. 866-979-3776. Why are the Seahawks here? What has been the biggest moment? Do you trust Sam Darnold? These are some of the conversations we've had this week. The Jody Allen factor, the John Schneider factor, the Mike McDonald factor, the quarterback change, Clint Kubiak, the future. I mean, there are so many Seahawks topics that we've been on all week long and would love to hear from you guys and what you're thinking. 866-979-3776. Damon Williams and what happened at Washington and through college football all this weekend. Yes, I'm sure we'll get maybe a Moses Lake call or two since I'm on my way there in just about an hour or so. In any event, 866-979-3776. And meanwhile, Ketel Marte appears to be off the market. Multiple reports from John Heyman and Ken Rosenthal say that he's off the market. So where do you do? Where do you turn your attention if you're the Mariners? I'll give you the name that I think would be next up on my list. If he's truly out of it, probably be Nico Horner. That would probably be the next name on my list of players that I think would be a good fit here in Seattle. He was on the list last year, and he'd be back on it this year as well. So 866-979-3776. Phone lines open now. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
The Seahawks aren't just the top seed in the NFC and a Super Bowl betting favorite, but Bump, you said if they play like this, they can actually win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, they can get it, man. Look, this is what you do. You run the football. 39 times they ran that thing. 180 yards on the ground. You had some explosive plays in the pass game, and this defense was smothering.
Bump and Stacy, only on Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Google of Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
This is TV's Dr. Travis Stork for Eggland's Best Eggs. Eggs are a staple in our diets, and there's only one egg with more delicious farm fresh taste plus superior nutrition. Eggland's Best. with more vitamins, including 6 times more vitamin D and 10 times more vitamin E, plus 25% less saturated fat than ordinary eggs. Available in so many delicious varieties: classic, cage-free, organic, free-range, and pasture-raised. Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Seattle Sports is giving you two chances to win tickets to the Seahawks divisional round playoff game at Lumen Field. Tap the Win tab in the Seattle Sports app or visit the Seattle Sports YouTube page for your chance to win a pair of tickets to the game.
Holy catfish!
That's 2 separate chances to be part of Seahawks history. Details and rules at seattlesports.com/win. From the home of the Seahawks.
Listen to the 12th man.
Seattle Sports.
The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Touchdown! Seahawks! Ken Walker III!
Get everything Seahawks at seattlesports.com.
Guys, low energy, low drive, or strength not what it used to be? For many men, it's low testosterone. At Revive Men's Health Washington, start with a free T-check exam and consultation to get real answers. And this month only, qualified patients may receive 25% off testosterone replacement therapy. Call 206-529-1111 or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Terms apply. Must medically qualify.
Styles change, 12s grow, but Seahawks love, that's forever. From the young fans in their fresh new jerseys to the lifelong 12s in their throwback jackets. At the Pro Shop, we've got gear for 12s of every age and every walk of life. This is the Pro Shop. Shop official Seahawks gear in-store at Lumen Field and the Landing in Renton, or online at Seahawks.com/Pro Shop.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
360 Brock weighing in. The next guy on my list is still Ketel Marte. John Heyman has no idea what happens west of the Mississippi, and assuming the truth is anywhere near the top shelf, Ken Rosenthal can't reach it. Wow. 360 throwing barbs this morning. I'm here for it, to be honest with you. Did you see any of the Adam Schefter and Ian Rappaport stuff? What did you make of that?
A little.
A little squabble?
A little squabble.
For those who missed it, Rappaport said that there was a lot of friction with the players.
Maybe Lamar.
John Harbaugh.
Yeah.
Schefter comes in. He's like, no, that's flat not true. Just like, okay. Wonder if there's going to be another little brouhaha. Hopefully. That'd be quite the battle between those two. All right, but the phone lines are open, Brock, 866-979-3776.
Fastest filling of the lines since 2014.
Yeah, I would think there's a lot of people with stuff to say. Well, as they should. I mean, every Seahawks, everybody should have something to say today. We'll start in Tacoma with Aaron. Good morning, sir.
Hello, my friends. How are you guys doing?
Oh, man, happy to be alive. But remember, Salk doesn't like that question to start the interview. It's like, you know how we're doing. We're great. So just fire right away.
I appreciate you guys making me a part of your morning. You guys are a part of mine, so I appreciate it. Let me get right into it. I wanted to let you guys know that something I don't hear you guys talk about a lot, and it's not just you guys. One of the things that makes this defense so special is the level of depth we have on the defensive line. I think that Mike Morris, Riley Mills, and Jaron Reed, what they've done for Byron Murphy and Big Cat and our edge pieces to keep them legs fresh consistently, I think that has been something that's completely underrated as far as an aspect of our defense.
I'll join you on that. Aaron thinks it's a good point, but I'd even add to it what you get off the edge as well, and being able to rotate 4 guys off the edge for 2 spots. I mean, like, both of those things.
I mean, be careful, Aaron. You're talking to the snap master. I mean, Salk knows now how to get to the snaps database and see how many guys are getting so many different opportunities.
I can only do it on my laptop, though, because that's the only place I can remember the website.
Firefox? Is that where you got Mozilla Firefox?
It's the only place I can remember the website. But it's always been a point we've made, Brock, right? It was true of the 13-14 teams. Like, when you got enough guys to rotate through those positions, they can go all out each play rather than having to conserve energy.
Hey, Lyle, question for you. I know you're busy answering phones. Can you hear me, Lyle? Yeah. You sent a little tweet, and I saw the tweet, actually. You and I follow, I think, everybody the same. And in your email last night, you sent the tweet of the one-on-one pass rush rate and Derek Hall being, like, the highest of them. I didn't even see DeMarcus Lawrence or Chenna Nwosu. Some of it was mumble-jumbled with all the different logos and names on that bar graph or the XY graph, but where were D-Law and Chenna and Boye and those guys? Because it was only Derek Hall, you're telling me, on a one-on-one pass rush is in that kind of ranking? I find that hard to believe.
There was a lot of names. You're
There
right.
were
That's
a
what
lot
I
of
saw
names.
is
all right.
just seeing Hall. It was more about, look at the success Derek Hall's had in one-on-ones.
That's fair. Yep, that's fair.
I see Chenna, by this rate, he rates a little below average, but yeah, I'm trying to find all the names.
Why are you always mentioning that you and Lyle follow the same people? What's the deal behind that?
I don't know. We just do.
But
I love it.
Is that your way of trying to, like, tell people that you're still young at heart, even though you're going to turn 50 in April?
Absolutely not.
It kind of feels that way.
Absolutely.
I'm just saying it kind of, and Lyle and Moore and I all agree on this. I'm going to throw everyone under the bus. We've been talking about this because that's like the 10th time you've said it. Is that your way of trying to? Oh, no. Now we got you. Brock's mad. We called him out.
No. Absolutely not. No. And I'd be totally honest with you.
Would you, though?
Just as you were with the Grant Cohn thing. Yes. If I wasn't, like, felt that way, like, I got to try to be hipster. Let me roll my jeans up.
I don't mean that you're, like, trying to. It just sort of happens that way. Like, maybe you're trying to convince yourself.
Maura, that's not a shot at Chris. I'm sorry it came out that way. I like that he wears his jeans rolled up.
I don't take it as a shot because you don't know what a hipster is. You use it wrong all the time.
That's exactly right. Is Chris a hipster?
No.
No?
I don't think so.
Could be a big week, by the way. For more
all
Chris.
right.
Big week. Okay,
866-979-3776. Barry is in Moses Lake, where I'm headed later today. What's up, Barry?
Hey, how's it going this morning?
It's going
great. So good, Barry. You got any recommendations for Salky?
I do. And actually, I just wanted to say I'm also a fellow Viking. I graduated 96 Puyallup, so just wanted to shout out to Puyallup Vikings. But anyway, I've been living in Moses Lake for about 20 years now, and the best place to go is a little place called Ernie's Meats and Fine Wine.
All right.
It's a butcher shop that serves really good wine, and sometimes when it's in season, they have flowers, so we call it like the ultimate apology place. So, yeah, it's perfect.
All right. Well, thank you for the recommendation.
Good food.
All right.
Yeah, and I actually, when it comes to Seahawks, it's kind of funny. I've been so back and forth on the whole Sam Darnold thing, but even from the very beginning when they signed him, I had a real optimism and literally just a gut feeling that he's going to work out. And I don't know, I kind of see him as possibly another like Rich Gannon type that can actually just give some good quality football in his remaining years. And I think we've got a good thing going for a long time now. So
that's great. I like that comp, Barry. Quick question.
He's going to take us all the way.
Barry, you ever have Mike Heward for PE or driver's ed or health?
I had him for driver's ed, and was terrifying. It was terrifying. But I remember I actually was going to go and I was going to try out for the football team. And I will say this. This is the story about you, Brock. And the very first day that I had transferred to Puyallup from Decatur, the very first day I was trying to find my way around the college. And there's this big blonde guy with blue eyes that was like standing there right there. And you totally guided me through the hallways. You're like, here's where you go. Here's what you do. This is who you want to talk to.
What a
and all this kind of stuff. So you know what? You've been a class act from the beginning. So I'll give your dad credit for that.
Wow. All right. We got to move on. This is ridiculous. It's too much of this.
Full.
This is just ridiculous.
You can try to tear me down behind the scenes.
We're not. We just
talking behind my back about trying to be young. And then Barry just fills my heart. I'm good.
All right. Greg is in Iowa, where Moore is headed next week on vacation. Good morning, Greg.
Good morning. I thought Monday morning I woke up way too early, like at 4 or something, and couldn't fall back asleep. And I decided to listen to Lyle's baseball podcast. And they spent the first while on their podcast talking about debating whether 2025 was the greatest year in Seattle sports. And it's been sticking with me all week as trying to figure out, was 2025 greater than I think Lyle's pick, which was the Seahawks Super Bowl year. And for a variety of reasons, I think 2025 was the greatest year in Seattle sports for me. I think even though the Seahawks are probably bigger for me now, growing up, baseball was everything. And so seeing the Mariners get so far for me was tops, and then pushed it over. I was able to fly back and go to Game 5 of the ALDS with my dad. So doing that kind of just put it over. But I wanted to kind of hear from you guys and what you thought was the greatest Seattle sports year ever. Was it last year, or was it?
It was 13, right? I was 13. Salk was out of here. It was great. We made a run and won a Super Bowl. There's no debate. Lyle forgot to include maybe that part of the argument. No, that was
his argument for 2013.
I got you.
I thought it was I thought it was 2008. No, was it not 2008?
I think because and maybe I'm a sucker for this, Greg, but I just love stories.
Mm-hmm.
I love them more than I ever have before. And certainly the Seahawks story, my gosh, did it in itself have a cast of characters that was, as good as it gets. Yeah. Award-winning at every single turn, quarterback, coach, owner, LOB, all of it, right? But that was it. And the Mariners, their story this year and their individual stories and Cal Raleigh's journey to stardom, the Seahawks with Sam and JSN and this defense and Mike McDonald, yeah, man, this one is just richer. And fuller.
I think we got to find out. The rest is still unwritten, right? You got to find out what happens here in the next
25's over.
Weeks.
We're in the 26.
No, but it obviously is part of it. You. Okay, fine. If you only want to use the exact 12 months, but if you're just talking about the seasons, I think we got to find out. And look, if the Seahawks go on a real run here, it's going to be almost inarguable, right? Certainly, if they were to win the Super Bowl, there wouldn't even be close to an argument, right?
What did we see on the Game 7 there? What was our share? 50 shares or something?
Come on. Yeah. What are we even talking about?
That's pretty crazy.
What are we talking about? I also added because the Mariners signed Robbie that year at the end of 13. And that, for me, that felt like winning the World Series. So that was a big deal.
Who was was that when Lloyd was here? Who was Robbie's first manager? Yeah. Was Wedge still here, or was it Lloyd?
No, it was Lloyd McClendon.
Oh. You know what Mora is? Mora is the sound hound. You know what Lyle is? Talent hound.
Yeah.
He's just like talent. He's about talent.
Just bring talent.
Bring talent.
Well, and then let Lloyd manage it. What a way to do that.
What, you didn't enjoy Robbie?
Enjoy the journey.
No, enjoyed Robbie. Didn't enjoy Lloyd.
Oh, well, Brock's talking about
Did I enjoy Robbie running the bases? Did I enjoy Robbie getting picked off?
Come on, man. He was really a good player.
He put up about 28 wins in 5 years in Seattle.
All that is true, but I will say I enjoyed Nelson Cruz more than Robbie.
A lot more.
If you want just from pure enjoyment of watching, I enjoyed watching Nelson Cruz more than I enjoyed Robbie.
He was great, too.
All right.
Yeah. He was just the next year.
Yeah. Fair. Over the course of their careers here, I enjoyed Nelly more. All right, 866-979-3776. Joyce Lynn, maybe? Joyce Lynn, good morning.
Good morning.
Nice. First-time caller?
Yakima. Yeah.
First-time caller?
Yeah, well, I've been trying even last time to get through, but it's always busy line because I'm in Cooper Cup country.
Woo-hoo! Yes, ma'am. Go Davis High School. Woo!
the Miner burger is the best.
Oh, yeah.
You know.
Oh, let's roll. Let's roll, Joyce Lynn. What you got?
What's on your mind this morning?
Okay, I believe that Sam we can believe in, and he will take us to the Super Bowl because our team is great this year. Everybody is talking about it. See, I'm on Facebook quite a bit, and even Tom Brady's backing us. And, of course, Marshawn Lynch is he's always been on our back, and, backing us up. And then Richard Sherman, my favorite. Those are my favorites.
And
and
favorites, too.
Rocket,
I love it. I love it. Let's go, Joyce Lynn. Lock and loaded, Salky. Lock and loaded.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joyce Lynn. Appreciate the call.
Vegas.
All right, Brock.
Hey, you know what? You know what just struck me, Salk?
No.
Sam is one vowel short of sum. And you know what Sam is? He's the sum of all these parts. You like that?
Not particularly, but yes.
I kind of did.
Of course you do. It's right up your alley. It's a Brock Heward special right there. Let's see. I'm trying to look for lines that aren't just filled with Moses Lake suggestions because I don't think but not everybody wants to hear that, do
I want
they?
to hear at least one more.
All right. Well, who's been hanging on longer? Jeff's been hanging on longer. Sorry, James. We can only do so many Moses Lake
Was Jeff the one who
suggestions.
left us a need to know too?
I don't know.
Jeff?
Here's Jeff in Maple Valley. Good morning, Jeff.
Hey, how you guys doing? I have one for Salk and one for Brock. Brock, do you remember 1991 when Billy Joe Hobart
How
was
could
a
I forget
senior?
it, Jeff? How could I forget it?
Do you remember the
Go ahead.
Brock, do you remember the defensive line?
Yeah, I remember that D-line with Billy Joe's team in 91. Were you a part of it, Jeff?
I played for Federal Way High School. I was a sophomore when Billy Joe was a senior, and I was the backup quarterback.
And you got mowed
our
down,
quarterback
man.
got hurt.
Yep, and you got mowed
I
down,
went in.
didn't you? Yeah, you got just annihilated.
Man, I was scared. But anyway.
Sack and attack, my
I know
bags
you
are
don't want to
packed.
hear about Moses Lake.
Yep.
But
What you
Moses Lake, the point at Moses Lake is a golf course over there.
Yeah.
When we go over there, we call the point at Moses Lake and order smash burgers to go every time we're over there.
All right.
Because they're so good, bro.
All right. Wow.
They're really, really good.
All right. Thank you, Jeff. All right. No more of this, bro. We need. Let's go to Mike in Pasco. The Tri-Cities will save us from all of this. Good morning, Mike.
Gentlemen, happy Friday from the Tri-Cities, Washington. I am so excited to be here right now, and I want to talk about coaching here. And I know you gentlemen honestly don't recognize soccer as a sport. I can accept that. I was a college soccer player. I'm a big soccer coach here with kids. I can tell you, you're coaching these kids. When they get on the field, you pretty much don't do anything. You run for 90 minutes. The coach has really no value. In baseball, in basketball, obviously a little bit more valuable. But in football, the play stops every time. That means there's a chance to call a play. So to me, coaching is everything in football, and I think flat out we got the best coaches in the NFL. The other thing I'll say is we're running the ball, number of rushing attempts. That's what matters.
Over 500 of those suckers, Mike. Thank you for the phone call. So we didn't get to this the other day. I do quickly want to ask you, right? If this were a pool and there's 8 openings right now, so that means there's 24 current sitting head coaches. Of those current 24 sitting head coaches, where would Mike McDonald rank on the wish list of these 8 jobs?
Mm-hmm. Like if they could have the guys that are already employed?
Absolutely. If it'd be like college football, let's just say, and you have no contracts, and you can go wherever you want and where you're wanted, where do you think McDonald would rank? I think McVay would be probably still
number one. Yeah.
I think McVay's one.
Is Andy Reid still up there, or is the age and?
I think the age you got to take into consideration, and staff, and system, and all of that. And
I still think he'd be pretty high on that list.
You think so?
I think so. Yeah. And I still think John Harbaugh is going to be pretty high on that list, even though he's not even on that list anymore.
Yep. I don't think he could be on 3 without Mike McDonald.
It does seem hard to imagine, although Mike Vrabel is probably going to be pretty high on that list, and so is
Shanahan, Liam Cohen.
Yeah, I mean, all those guys. I mean, to me, there's going to be a little bit of a pick your favorite flavor element to that, right? Just because there's real reasons to go with all those guys. But
Ben Johnson.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The point
Guy in
being,
Detroit. Yep.
Mike McDonald should absolutely be one of the guys in the conversation. There's no doubt about that. And I like the point. Coaching has been enormous this year. Let me go to Drew in Tacoma. Good morning, Drew.
Good morning. How you doing? Just joking. I know you don't care about that. All right, let's jump right into it, guys. I want to talk about how Clint Kubiak might leave in the offseason and how big of a deal that is that no one really has been talking about yet. I think, when there's life-changing money on the line, even if a team like the Jets offers him, he's going to take it, and that could be really bad.
All right, so just first of all, we have been talking about it. I just want to be clear. We've been talking about it quite a bit. Second of all, the Jets don't have an opening, so I don't think that is a major concern. Third of all...
Oh, no, the Jets will have an opening. The Jets will have an opening.
There we go. All right, well, that's well said, Drew. I like that. Is it a concern? Yeah, I think it is. But I think there was something to what Brady Henderson mentioned earlier today, Brock, which is he doesn't think he's going to leave. Just doesn't think he's probably going to be offered a job. That's not to say he wouldn't leave if he got one. But Brady seems to think that as much as he's a candidate everywhere, he may not be an actual winner in any of those places.
Well, that's that side of it. The other side of it, and this isn't just to be Pollyanna, but the other side of it is the Seahawks will pay him tremendously, whatever his contract is, right? If they feel that there's a real market or real opportunity, like they could make him the highest paid. They could make him the highest paid coordinator, and you would never know that. Right? Chip Kelly was making $6 million a year, Salk, a 3-year, $18 million deal in Vegas. So you can make now real money as a coordinator. This isn't the head coach makes 5 and he makes 500,000. Head coach makes 10 and you make 6 or 12 or 6. Like in this organization, pace. They do that. They take care of their people. So that's number one. And number two, watching his dad go through this, having gone through it, having moved as many times in his life, he's not just going to go. It will have to be a place that you can win because the pieces are in place here. This O-line is unique. It is young. It has more upside than any O-line in the NFL. You've got a quarterback for a couple more years. You've got a receiver. You've got a head coach that's young. Like there are a lot of factors to consider on that side of the ledger that are more favorable than most places in the NFL.
866-979-3776. Go to Lance in Ording. Good morning, Lance.
Good morning, gentlemen. I just want to talk real quick about the success that the Mariners have had in arbitration. I know I was really worried about them going into that, getting the deal done with Randy, with Kirby. It sounds like we've pretty much gotten everything done except maybe a little tip with Bryce over like $400K.
Yep.
What do you guys think about the relative success that we've had, especially in the Dipoto era, where it seems like I can't even remember any like large arbitration kind of issue that we've had, and then I hear the horror stories in Detroit where it's like a $13 million difference with Scooble.
Yep. Big deal, man. Big deal. Equity. You know, I said this, Salk, with the Ref Snyder signing. I think you were out of town. Everything I heard is there was a market for him. And, you know, the Mariners were desirable. And I think if we go back to 2013, Lyle, to your point, they traded for Cano. But in 2013, that was not the narrative. Or in 15 or in 7. Like, that wasn't the narrative. Oh, I want to go to Seattle. I want to play up there. I want to play with those guys, play in that organization. They've changed, I think, a lot of that narrative under this leadership of the last decade.
I think there's absolutely some truth there. That being said, Detroit does feel like more of the outlier than the norm. I mean, like, I don't hear a ton of major arbitration challenges the way there were a while ago. Like, so I think the teams have gotten a lot better at this. I think they recognize some of, you know, other than a couple, they seem to recognize, you know, what needs to be done in this system.
Maybe a lot more numbers.
Yeah.
Do you think that that's beneficial too?
Yeah, I think they all just have a pretty good sense.
More stats. You have WRC plus and OPS plus and all of the ways to measure these things where it's like, hey, man,
just made it easier.
Here's the data.
Yeah.
Yep.
And reasonable minds end up coming to the right conclusion. All right, one more, last one. We'll go to Scott in Seattle. Good morning, Scott.
Hey, guys. Love the show. Quick question. Been wondering your thoughts on this for a while now. If you could go back in time to when we picked Devin Witherspoon, knowing what you know now about Jalen Carter, would you still pick Devin Witherspoon or would you pick Jalen Carter?
Ooh, good.
It's a really hard one, man. That is a tough one. What would you do, Scott?
God, I'd probably pick Jalen Carter because I really believe in building out the trenches, and I think how even more awesome would our defensive line be today if we had him.
I would absolutely, with how it's unfolded, Scotty, with how it unfolded the next year. And you didn't know at that point when you made that decision, you could look at the following year and know, yeah, it's going to be a good QB class. but you didn't know 5 were going in the top 12, and you were going to get your number 1 defensive player. And, oh, by the way, he was going to be a defensive tackle that has turned out to be as disruptive, if not more so.
It's a great point.
So,
but I do have to say,
after the dominoes fell, I would absolutely take Spoon.
But what if, just to give you another what if Wednesday deal like Lefko does with Wyman and Bob. Let's say you've taken Jalen Carter, okay? You got Jalen Carter and Leonard Williams in the middle. And instead of taking Byron Murphy the next year, you take Jared Verse. That'd be pretty hard to argue with, right? Now, again, we don't know how Jalen Carter would have fit and all that, but it's not a knock on Spoon. Yep. But the idea of, and not only would you have Jared Verse, but the Rams wouldn't have Jared Verse.
Yeah. Does Mr. Carter strike you as an MOB all the time?
No, again, I think there's some challenges there, but
you just have to question the drive, the internal motor. Can you compare the internal motor with speed?
All right. Lyle, that is inappropriate, my friend. How dare you?
Is Lyle ready for next week, by the way? You ready to step up, Lyle? I mean, Morris off to Iowa.
Yeah.
Her and Chris are going to go see Field of Dreams and going to go hang out in Detroit and just kind of do the whole Midwest swing. Beautiful time of year. Good rates.
Isla Mujeres.
What'd you say? Where is that in Iowa?
Oh, Isla Mujeres. Oh,
yeah. Oh, Isla Mujeres.
I thought you were going to Paris.
No. Warmer.
I was going to step in for Mora.
You ready to do around the weekend, Lyle? That was going to be a big one on Monday with all the playoff
divisional round playoffs, Lyle, building up to that next week. You ready for this? You feel like you're ready?
Yeah, I think we're good.
Can you not send your emails at 12:30 at night?
I would love to send them earlier. Believe me.
We'll do so next week.
Yeah.
Make it happen.
You're the producer next week.
We
need them earlier.
Season. Make it happen.
7 p.m.
Yep.
I'll try.
All right.
Thanks.
Brock, time to get out of here. If anyone's in Moses Lake this weekend, come say hi.
Enjoy your journey.
Thank you.
Can you
enjoy
send
the
a
journey.
Pic or two?
Huh?
Send me a pic or two.
From Moses Lake?
Yeah.
All right. I'll enjoy the journey. Well, happy Wild Card weekend to everybody. We'll catch you Monday morning at 6. Until then, the hay
barn
is in the barn. See you, everybody.
Get to the chopper!
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
The Seahawks aren't just the top seed in the NFC and a Super Bowl betting favorite, but Bump, you said if they play like this, they can actually win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, they can get it, man. Look, this is what you do. You run the football. 39 times they ran that thing. 180 yards on the ground. You had some explosive plays in the pass game, and this defense was smothering.
Bump and Stacy, only on Seattle Sports, on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Now is your time to get into a new D.R. Horton home by taking advantage of its National Red Tag Sales event going on right now through January 25th. Stop by any of its participating communities and find select Red Tag homes at incredible pricing. So whether you're buying your first home or looking for an upgrade, you don't want to miss the Red Tag Sales event going on right now. Discover the D.R. Horton difference. Visit drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder and equal housing opportunity builder.
Want to make 2026 your year of adventure? Book that trip and learn a new language with Babbel. Go ahead, make a resolution you can stick to. Now is the time. Babbel's New Year sale is here. Unlock all of the languages on Babbel with the lifetime subscription for 65% off. Just go to Babbel.com and start today. Babbel teaches you relevant words and phrases, so you can start speaking with confidence in as little as 3 weeks. And because Babbel's bite-sized lessons fit easily into your daily routine and are easy to remember, you'll be talking like a local in time for takeoff. Dive into the world of language learning content with Babbel's videos, podcasts, and stories from around the world, full of culture bites and language learning tips. Turn your daydream into a destination this year with Babbel. But don't wait. This offer ends January 15th. Get Babbel's lifetime access for less at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Google of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Guys, if your energy is low, your strength isn't what it used to be, or your drive feels off, it's not just getting older. For many men, it's low testosterone. At Revive Men's Health Washington, you can start with a free T-check, exam, and consultation, so you get real answers about your testosterone levels and overall health. And this month only, qualified patients may receive 25% off testosterone replacement therapy. This isn't guesswork or one-size-fits-all treatment. Revive specializes in personalized, closely monitored testosterone care designed to help men feel stronger, sharper, and more like themselves again. With over 120,000 patients treated since 2011, Revive Men's Health is trusted for results, not hype. If you've been putting this off, now is the time to act. Claim your free T-check and consultation and see if you qualify for 25% off TRT. This month only. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Terms apply, must medically qualify.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Sports Snapshot.
The weirdest college football story of late just had another twist. 4 days after signing a contract, Damon Williams entered the transfer portal, and now Williams is coming back to Washington. In a statement, head coach Jed Fish said, quote, "Over the last few days, Damon and I have engaged in very honest and heartfelt conversations. We'll work to begin the process of repairing relationships and regaining the trust of the Husky community." Elsewhere in college football, hey, there was a game last night. The Miami Hurricanes have gone from being left out of the playoff picture entirely for the penultimate rankings to being in the national championship game after a win over Ole Miss. Today, number 1 Indiana takes on number 5 Oregon in the Peach Bowl at 4:30.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now.
Happy Friday. Curtis Rogers, it's a football Friday, powered by the Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. Curtis Rogers in for Michael Bumpus today. And Curtis, I feel like as the lone, well, not the lone, Matt and I are the Husky representatives of our show, and I feel like we need to regularly kind of temper the awkwardness of what's going on, right? Where we go, hey, so the Damon Williams situation, really weird, really bad, but then I simultaneously go, what are we going to do? What were we supposed to do here? So know that I'm going to have some mixed messaging here, but it's gotten weirder. Yeah. So Damon Williams, I'll take us back 2 steps, even though everyone listening knows. Damon Williams signed a contract. a legally binding
Pen to
contract.
paper.
Pen to paper.
Pretty official.
That he would stay here with Washington for another year. Awesome. Then he entered the transfer portal. Now, those feel like conflicting plans.
Yeah, you can't really do that.
You can't do both at the same time.
People.
So we all thought, well, clearly a team's tampering. He entered with a no contact clause. Is it LSU? Those were the rumors. What's going on here? LSU. I hate you, Lane Kiffin. God. Then yesterday, last night, news broke that Damon was coming back. Unsaid, Damon probably thinking, I don't like the look of these legal fees.
Yeah, wow, this is going to be really tough.
This isn't looking good for me. Let's make sense of the college football story this week. One of the weirdest ones I can remember. I've got statements, I've got sound, but what was your reaction, Curtis, last night when you saw this news?
Of course this was going to happen.
Really?
Of course this was going to be the end game in all of this. No, I mean, I thought he was going to end up in LSU or another school or something like that. I did not see him suiting up for the Huskies ever again.
Nope.
Pretty stunning reversal, but just looking at what was probably going to be the legal case against him and how, I mean, Washington's probably got some pretty powerful lawyers. They probably got some people that went to UW Law, a pretty prestigious law school. Exactly.
I almost went there.
But you're here instead.
But I'm here instead.
You're talking to me instead.
Forget being a lawyer. I'm going to do sports radio.
There you go. A much safer, a much more lucrative.
I did an internship for a lawyer, and I was like, this seems stressful.
Kind of boring.
I'm just making binders?
Yeah.
Lots of binders.
This is lame.
And this is way cooler.
Yeah.
Because I can just talk about things I don't know about.
Exactly.
Like contracts.
But to see the rumors sort of trickle out last night in the Fiesta Bowl pregame, you had Pete Thamel being like, it sounds like Damon Williams may return to Washington. It's like, beg pardon?
Yep. So you said what?
Beg pardon. He's going to return to Washington after all the mess that had been the previous 48 hours. The statement released during the memorial service of UW soccer player Mia Hamant. You've got Amber Fish, her comments on Instagram
Jed's
about
wife.
the whole thing. Yeah, that's the matriarch of the Fish household.
Yeah, same Fish.
Somebody very connected to Jed Fish, his wife.
They share children.
They do. They don't share a house, though. She's in Arizona.
Separate conversation.
As we have talked about at length on this show. Like, I don't know how you can go back after all this, but he's going to try. And I don't know how he goes back in front of a fan base that was very much holding torches and pitchforks on, Tuesday of this week? Wednesday of this week?
The only thing working in his favor is that this is happening on technically on January 8th. It's January 9th, but that this is happening in January. If this was a story where it doesn't work with the transfer portal, but let's say hypothetically this was happening a month before the start of the season, this is a problem. I don't know if you repair those relationships. Right now, you've got most of a year to do so. You've got an entire winter, spring to figure it out.
This can blow over, for the most part, over the spring and summer.
Curious how you guys felt as any Huskies listening, or obviously a lot of us are college football fans, even if you didn't go to Washington. I think that the vast majority of people, at least that I've seen as listeners, people on the text line, friends that I have, are like, this is an insane story. And the vast majority of people have also said, it's kind of weird for UW, but Damon is in the wrong. I don't know who was advising you, or if you were advising yourself. This was a bad decision you made. It's left you in hot water. You're really the one that 90% of the awkwardness of this and of the bad look falls on you.
Yeah.
I said yesterday that I felt like it was the best approach for Washington in the Big Ten to go after the school that was tampering as opposed to going after the student. Not that